Test.
He's not in pace unless he is. Especially even with the work with the gearboxes and stuff. Ask him a couple of days, the first thing you see, are you busy? Yes.
Yeah. In other words, pick away really well. So the vehicles have been led across the paddock to Kirkiston course, which was down there at the tracks a minute ago. And the 188 there, Jonathan Gregory. Jonathan finished third in the Superbike Cup Championship last year. Gregory was fourth, which is great. I think he's been upgraded to the Open of the Road Team here this weekend. He'd been done here last year.
spectators across the track. A few fans as well, perhaps with some spare parts.
So you never really get up there as soon as you the course.
So we just get it announced that when the riders are coming in from track in the pit lane, so they just slow up the speed a wee bit. Have a couple of reports of boys flying in.
Just a reminder for all the riders, when you're coming into pit lane, please watch your speed. Please watch your speed through pit lane. We've got a couple of who came in a wee bit too hot perhaps. Of course, don't forget, when you are out on track, do not cross that white line on the exit of pit lane. So if you cross over that white and green line there, you could end up with a penalty. So please stay on the left-hand side of that. You know what we're doing, 150, 160 miles an hour down here. It is difficult to move the bike where you want, especially when it opens up. Here, Jack, past that pit lane, sometimes the wind can catch you. But please bear that in mind. Try and stay off that right lane.
So I just look in the cars on the way back to the gate. CBC, there are a lot of things. Not to say cars, this square leg around the whole thing. Not a whole lot of space left in there.
No, definitely not. I think they're going to sort of divert them further along. Exactly. This place is open. This place is far in the track. It's just isn't it? Spectator.
Then the odd panel to be out.
Yeah. But we've got the point. Jack, we're used to not panicking.
There's one more procedures of definitely looking at the
Oh, we panicking and we put on the work.
Actually, like the Sam Pride, I remember many years ago, I was sponsoring the Irish 250 Road Race Championship at Glasgow. I think it's a phone call from Craig, and asked me to get a field. So Sam ran a helicopter.
As you do.
And got the field there beside that, I think it was hard. And we went down and forced our 250 race. He was like, he said, the helicopter. He says it was a great way to travel and great to have money. He says, money was made round to go around and flat the store up. He says, Sam, a great supporter of the Temple 100. For many years, my bride's fashions, but Sam, a very jovial character.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them over the years, hasn't there, with all the different characters and sponsors, and again, all the ones throughout the years, we wouldn't be where we are today without them.
Exactly.
Is there a way to manage, can you beat that we manually? The mic? If I was just to press it, mute it, or probably better than even.
Yeah, I mean you can turn it off. It's on now. But I mean you can switch it off here.
No, it's just for.
Yeah, no, I mean
Does it check it there? Does it change?
no, you have to like hold it in.
Vibrated there. It's not silent, no.
No, that's just changing settings on
Oh,
it.
is it?
If you hold it in and switch it off, it'll go off.
Alright.
And then just turn it back on again, but it's not good. Yeah, it's back on.
That's alright.
What's your pin for your laptop? I just have it in there. Instead of broadcasting it to the world. You've been connected to that Starlink on this before, is it right?
Yeah. Should be on up there.
Should be able to get the password on.
So there's the gates are being closed and the klaxon is being sounded now. So the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines will be out on track any second for their qualifying session. Again, much like the Supersport Cup and Supersport Pro, depending on the time differences between the two different classes, some may progress up into the Cup class, or the Pro class, should I say. Go on, car owners go off.
Risk control to any radio operator not ready. Come on, vehicle, please.
Where they're supposed to be.
Gate over now, and Horse Rider out there is on it. Very Caffrey.
Maybe Clark away through there on the trusty old slipper, the ZX10 machine. Great run, last stage going on by.
Five is Connor. Just one addition you've got from there, 96 black. Never no machine for him.
Trevor Black from Long Bridge. Back half of the track. For the first time up the back straight. It's so hard to judge the braking markers here from that haircut. For some of these riders, it's the first time they've actually been on a bike all year. Something they haven't been tested at all. Or Galloway going through their Holland Galloway. Trevor Elliott, you can see Trevor Elliott. Richie Henry, couple of boss, Dave Jackson 600 machine, seven championships. Trying to keep up with it.
24 there, Trevor Elliott. He's not on our list here. He's number 24. So the thing we fight with the red numbers.
That's pretty Jackson machine.
Raymond Clark is second, Stephen Love third, Tommy McDonald are the two teams next to their quarter McDonald.
Yeah, just hearing from the car, of course, there that there has been a set of Alpine Star race clubs have gone missing. The Alpine Star race clubs are missing from something cars, 21,000 or the single line or maybe in the sink at the toilet or God knows what, but if you do see them at the times and please can you let us know here at the consumer talk. So Randy Clark across the line, fastest again, 1.2, followed by Johnny Allen with a 1.3. All again up to the Superbike. Cahill Gallagher, fourth in the Cup class. The first of the great Jackson, Conor McDonald. 1.9, Stephen Logan second. The pre-injection machines are easier. Cars will always smooth, maybe not even the rim, but the cars will always definitely smooth. And it's never used in the car, whereas the Superbikes, it's still trying to, you've got the width of that mini ticket, and you're trying to put 220 horsepower down on it, it does become very difficult. Superbike races, game 1 of the injection machines. The lovely costume colour helmet.
Sidecar,
Yeah, some car machines this season. But these are up next if you want to get your outfits ready. Sorted for the track for your qualifying session. You have to be out there in 10 minutes time. You're not going to get anything to eat. So yes, these man from Marshall are reaching back get a wee bite to eat. Good shooting there from the newcomer. McDonald, Stephen Love, and Paul Demain before he switched to Superbike. Throughout each race, and it was great racing there.
Tom Oliver, who was 5th in the championship last year.
Jumps up. Every injection, 600 hours. chugging it on. Distinctive funky golden shape. Time on that machine. 7 minutes now. And Richard Armstrong 103.4. Opting for his own team again this season. SCR. That's the machine that we rode a few years ago as well. And the classic Superbikes.
And you might get to the session.
Sidecar.
From race control, registration AJZ2346. The van is blocking the sidecar entrance to the sidecar paddock. And we also have the that's a perfect plan. Carl Gallagher still fastest at the minute. 1 minute point 1 yard for Gallagher. Johnny Allen second. We'll have a look and see what Johnny Allen can do this time around. His last lap was a 1:03.9 compared to his best a 1 minute point 6. Johnny Allen across the line then. That was a 1:02.1. I think he made Conor McDonald just in that third place. Was supposed to have been Jackson the next day where he is. On half here on his last lap, currently 4th overall and 3rd of the Superbike Cups. So 101.0 there for Alan McCarthy. Johnny Irwin across the line then. 3rd in the Craig Jackson so far. Peter McGowan. That's an SP, I think that's what
it looks like anyway.
Yeah. Looking a wee bit unstable on that last lap through there. more queue and traffic out the road. So I dare say we're going to need to get the gates opened here pretty soon.
So the last of the qualifying sessions will be the chairs.
So sidecars should be well underway, if not already in their holding area.
It's really good this time.
Yeah. So just a wee announcement, while it's a wee bit quiet here, we have the Easter Monday Lucky Dip winners. This is a thing we do every year for the B&D Club. So many thanks to Kirkiston Track Days for the generous track day voucher. And the winner of that is number 916 in the Moto 1's Annabelle O'Neill. Then we have the Pit Lane Cafe. So many thanks to the Pit Lane Cafe. Just in behind us, where hopefully we'll get a wee bite to eat if we'll have time later on, Jack.
And that £50 voucher goes to number 77 in the Super Twins, Dave Liddy. So 50 euros food voucher for the Pit Lane, courtesy of the Kirkiston Pit Lane Cafe.
You can feed your whole team with that one. And Truck and Track. Many thanks to Trucks at the Track, should I say, for the generous donation of £50, and that is won by 369 in the Supersport Cup, Francesco Feraldo. So well done, Francesco, on a 50 quid there.
That'll go towards his travelling expenses from the other man over. And they're all picked there as it says on the tin. It's a lucky dip, and the B&D Club do that at every meeting here. So it's good to see someone getting a bit back, Garrett. Some of the €50 vouchers and track days. Very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Every little helps.
And again, when we talk about the sponsors, don't forget Charles Hurst Motorcycle Village, a long supporter of the Big 3 series here. And round 2 will be on Saturday the 6th of June. And then the grand finale will be on Saturday the 5th of September. So the sidecars are out, and that's Ryan Deneen. Then we have behind him a 67 Philly Newton, 963 newcomer Franner Newton.
Yeah, Philly, he's really determined this season. He was out testing at Mandello Park, and he says the bike feels good, he feels good. He's going to get the head down. Well, get the head down as much as he can. Not an awful lot of room in these sidecars.
So there's Derek Lynch there, number 45. And Derek, I think, has been back for the TT this year. Behind him there is number 69, Tony Willis. And that's the second of the Lynch brothers, that's Dylan. And then 77 is Jeff Hickey. Good to see a good sidecar. Grade 21 there is Eugene Kettle with Philip Gracie in the chair, on riding a Suzuki. So this is the last of the qualifying sessions. So the cross track gate has been closed.
Race control, we good to go.
So just looking at the sidecar championship last year, Paul Clark and Stephen Daly were the winners. Tony Willis and Ian Harron, and then Terry O'Reilly and Mark Dash. They were top 3 in the sidecar championship last year. So the gate is open.
The name just a wee fist pump there. His passenger. Last outfit, then Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black.
Someone in trouble already.
I think that's Tony Willis and Ian Harron, is it, on the
Yeah,
all-one machine?
He has it going.
You maybe just stalled it to get the L plates back on, Tony. So sidecars out on track then for their qualifying session. And again, I'm not too sure whether they do get an awful lot of testing sidecars. It's not as if you can just rock up at a track day, can you, Jack? And just, I'm going to take a sidecar out here for a spin.
I think they had their own day down in Mandello. They had a newcomers day for bringing new riders into the sport, explaining riders and passengers, explaining the whole ins and outs. Not the easiest part of motorcycling there, you know. People find a lot of passengers. Obviously, the people being down on the outfit, and then we have 2 weeks in roads at the longer chassis and the Formula 2 Furlings and TT and that at the shorter chassis.
Supersport 600cc super machine.
Exactly. That is Dylan Lynch on the Irish champion.
I was at the wee motorbike show down in Naas, or Punchestown. Yes. A couple of weeks ago, and I was looking at the Sidecar, different outfits, and some of them, you know, over 200 brake horsepower on these Formula 1 machines, and they're, you know, the BMW 1000RR engines in them, and it's just crazy. Cosmic racing team, and, you know, getting a full insight into them there. So it's the love that they have for even their own workmanship. Everything is just
Like the fairness of those guys that have
no, I was
not cheap.
No, I was talking to there's a fellow there who actually made the designs that farmers for these machines. And slipping and sliding around the start and finish there.
Dylan Lynch there with Carl Lynch in the chair.
He's coming out of the side there.
Finally in front of Achilles Newton and Derek Lynch. How do you have a red number plate? He's a red front number plate. Lynch's.
Never seen it.
Never seen a red number plate on the Sidecar before.
No. So 20 plus have one as well.
Huh?
20 plus is red as well. Is that Formula 1? F1 now?
No, and then Lynch's is a Formula 2 bike. That's what they use for the first race of the Navy of Nights, so that's the big three President's Cup for Supersport. So, riders, they just see one bike there in the holding area, so please make your way in.
Dylan Lynch, Carl Lynch. Just retiring. Unfortunately, this is hopefully it's not completed, but it's so hard.
It's finicky.
We are called slide cars. It's true. We're sliding down the corners. We've got a big fat back tire, and when it catches grip, it's putting so much stress on that engine. We can't even how much torque is going through those things. Once they catch grip, spin it crank, cases, turn the whole engine literally in half. The next car is still the fastest ball from Tony Wells. Second is Derek Lynch. Gone. Third. AR possible was open on from there. Acknowledging about yellow flags, fair play. Still circulating here. Don't think that you're putting in any constant times now. You could have that yellow flag in, especially where it is there. The Super Twins and the Production Twins can please make their way through the whole area as quickly as they can. So for the first race of the day, the first race of the championship, and it's the Big 3 series. President Cup, Super Twins and Production Twins. 10 laps, remember, for this first race. Following after the Super Twins and Production will be the lightweight and the Moto 3 machines, followed by the Moto 1s. 8 will be 8 laps. But this Super Twin race is an 8 lapper. Given over 9.5 minutes gone of this practice session. Marshall's got a great job there just dealing with that incident that Danners. It keeps me with this. Good to hear. Everyone up and at it. Fourth at the minute. I can hardly walk, I'm around sitting in Sidecar.
there for a number of years, and a few years away from the bike there a few years ago.
It's all about balance with the machine as well. Too hard of a break, things spin out of it. They are retired. So Philly Newton is sitting in the way. You know, it's here in the end hard.
Check them back, Gary.
Next week. Did better this time. Philly Newton better this time than last lap. 1:13.0. Following passes from Tony Willis and Ian Aaron and Billy Newton and Derek Keegan. Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald looks like they're going to hold on to that fourth place. That's second, Eugene Callum. Philip Grayson. So the May, don't know whether we're going to be letting a few spectators across here or not, but we should be ready then for the first race of the championship, Jack.
Yes, indeed, Gareth, and it's a strange situation that we're in after Saturday's cancellation, but I'm sure the Road Racing Club will be back and trying to slot a date in somewhere for the Enkelon Trophy, 50th anniversary of the club and its event. You know, and I think Gareth, back to the Enkelon Club, they were great supporters. I know they sponsored Killanane there in the early years there for a number of years, and I remember Roy Harris and those lads there, that Stephen Montgomery and them from the club, they were great supporters that time between the Enkelon Trophy and sponsoring us at Killanane. It was a great help to us starting off in '84. Sadly, British Enkelon, the factory closed down a number of years ago now, Gareth, but the club is still active enough in sponsorship, and you know, we used to think that is now the Irish Motorbike Awards. They used to run the Rider of the Year at the Enkelon show as well.
First race, come on your call, please. What's the race control?
So just we're waiting to get the go ahead in the circle. Of course, he's standing there at the tracks, and last year's championship, Christian Elkin took the win from Finlanmurray, Team League Master. Caelan Air went fourth. Hayden Clinton, another young man that's from my part of the world, they're going to race in the VSB, and Fionn O'Connell in 6th place. Shane Mulligan, again a local rider to me there in 7th. Kevin Lavery 8th. Harry McAleese 9th, and Graham McAleese in 10th.
Just a call for scrutiny here for the sidecars, just that incident at Debtors there.
Send your message, Richard, go
Good
ahead.
to hear they are okay, but if we can get a scrutineer down, please, just have a wee look at them outfits.
Roger, many thanks indeed there, Richard, for that update. Is on the next straight now. Thank you.
So Super Twins then ready and raring to go.
And don't forget, guys, too, the lap times from race 1 will form the grid for race 2. So the front row of the grid in the Super Twins is Elkin Willis,
Send your message, Sam, go ahead.
Kyle Cross and Kevin Laverty.
Sidecar and the product.
And then in the production twins, the first 4 is Alexander Rowan, Oisin Walsh, Johnny McKay and David Scott.
We are ready for this
So there's the Kirkiston.
Oh, sorry, Sean. There's no one coming in here to the finish line. Okay, as Kirk, of course, just told to give us clearance there, Sam, before we start here. Thank you.
So the last sidecar just making his way back into the paddock. The klaxon has been sounded, and again the tire warmers come off. These machines, we were talking about temperature and whatnot earlier, Jack, these machines are really, really sensitive when the engine temperature comes into play. They run so hot. You'll see most of these, 90% of these Super Twins, they've got massive radiators on them, especially made for the bike. Just try and get as much cold air through them fins as they can.
Just looking at Peter Willis there, number 99, and Little and Christian Elkin there, just summing up the opposition on the front row. 89 Kaya Cross and young Kevin Lowry there, all resplendent. And just noticing all the boys, are almost all the boys there, Gary, are tinted or dark. So the right day for them today. So the barrier is off, and the clerk of the course calls them forward. So the track is now live, folks, for your first race of the day. President's Cup Super Winner production sponsored by Charles Fox Motorcycle Village.
Make our way round again. So many new machines out here. And one man on new machinery this season is our pole sitter. That's Christian Elkin, and as well Peter Willis. And it's great to see Kyle Cross out. Kyle Cross on the airport road, the Circle K Aprilia he'll be riding this season after a year out. Kevin Lavery lines up in 4th, Dean McMaster 5th, 6th is Robert Waddell, 7th James Chalk, Joseph Lachlan lines up in 8th, Jack Myers 9th, Alexander Rowan, first of the production twins, lines up in 10th place. Owen Everard lines up in 11th, and 12th is the BMW F900R of Matty McCord, and 13th Shane Doran, 14th Ocean Walsh, 15th Mark Johnson, Matthew Watson in 16th, 17th Stuart Heaton, Michael Clyde in 18th, Johnny McKay 19th, and 20th is Dave Walsh.
So as far as we know, Gareth, there'll be no change to the programme. It's a 10-lap race.
Yeah, 10 lapper, and I don't know about these riders, but I'd be looking for the checkered flag after 5 laps. People say, oh, BSB can run whatever, so many 18, 20 odd laps, you know, but it's a different kettle of fish at these smaller circuits. They'll be really hard on the body, especially when you're riding multiple machines in one day.
There's Joe Laughlin, former Irish multiple road race champion in the support class, junior and senior. So the last of the riders, the assembly area,
just sorting themselves out at the back there. Clocker course, just making sure everyone is where they're meant to be. Bit of confusion, but there always is in the first race. There might be more confusion in the next one with the different format, qualifying and race times.
So they moved around.
Bit of
65
swabbing,
Alexander Rowan be moved up into the 3rd row. Alexander was fast in practice and the production twin.
He'll be happy with that, but the green flag is waved at the back and they're told to watch the lights, and 2026 is go! Thunder down towards Colonials 1 through Denners, all nice and safely by the looks of it. A couple of questionable lines there, Jack, through Denners.
It looks like Christian Elkin has picked up the inside into 2nd place as they go round to Colonia 2.
Okay, keep us updated then, please. Work with
Head through Fisherman's now, this long right-hander. It feels like it lasts forever, especially when you're at the front.
And the yellow flag being waved down at Colonial 1.
Head right up towards, it looks like It looks like Peter Willis out in front of this one. Make our way up towards the Hurricane. Oh, the Constantina up with each other. So there's 5, 6 of them all together just behind McMaster. But across the line it is Willis who's leading this race. From Dave McMaster, Kevin Lavery, Robert Waddell, Kelly Cross in 5th place, James Chalk in 6th, 7th is Joe Loughlin, and 8th is Alexander Rowan leading the production twins.
And 9th is Jack Mears, and 10th, Michael Flash, 11th, Johnny McKay.
Send your message. Go ahead, DJ.
So Christian Elkin. Christian Elkin has gone missing off my screen.
We're continuing on racing here.
And they didn't see Christian coming through there, unfortunately.
Ian Dorn, I think, has stopped as well on the course. 94. That's
There's Kyle Cross then just coming down the back straight. He's going to be in trouble very soon. That's James Chalk tucked in behind him in the slipstream of that Circle K Aprilia.
and he's pulling out the stops.
Peter Wells on a track, but look at Robert Waddell. Robert Waddell with the fastest lap so far, 1 minute point 642. He's in 3rd place, just in behind Dean McMaster.
Kevin Lavery 4th, High Cross 5th, Chalky 6th, Joe Lobson 7th, Alexander Rowan 8th, Jack Mears 9th, and Owen Everett competing in the top 10.
11th place, Michael Clyde from Matthew Watson, Dave Walsh in 13th, 14th is Dave Lilly, 15th is Matthew Cord, Mark Johnson in 16th. Johnny McKay dropping down our timing screens.
And it's a wave flag at the chicane as well, Gareth. And just look at Willis, he's just pulling out all the stops. He's really lit the fuse there at the front.
As he's opened the taps on that machine.
Almost 2 seconds, 1.8 there the gap. So we didn't see Waddell was 1.9 before behind him the last time, and here he comes. Oh, Waddell was second ahead of Dean McMaster.
Waddell just squeezing McMaster, squeezing the front end, and he closes the door through Datters, in through Colonial's one.
And Willis the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:00.3. So that equates to 90.126 miles per hour, and that 3 there for Peter Willis.
Peter Willis is on that CF Moto 675. Don't forget that Superbike machine. Again, this is another class, another manufacturer that's going to be taken over here. That's the Kawasaki sitting in, and the Mercedes sitting behind them here on the Super Twin race. Robert Waddell still in that second place, but Dean McMaster.
It was 1.8 2 laps ago, then it was 2.5, so we see the gap there now. Willis 3.2 now, Gareth, so he's definitely not easing up. Again, the fastest lap, 59.8 for Peter Willis that time. The gap now is 3.2. Faster toward Lavery 4, Cross 5th, Chalky 6th, Joe Lobson 7th, Alexander Rowan 8th, Jack Mears 9th, and Michael Slide 10th. Owen Everett slipped back to 11th.
Nothing in it there between 2nd and 4th place. Peter Willis really starting to charge away now, getting comfortable with that new machine. Coming into slower riders as well already. Lapping riders on the 4th lap.
I'm sure he got caught up there. He went through 3 of them there at the chicane, Gareth.
I think he just gripped the teeth and closed the eyes at that sort of point. So the battle is on for 2nd place as well. Cutting through the slower riders here are Dean McMaster in the slipstream, but they're going to have to set up around, a long way around. Oh, Dean McMaster got caught up in that one. So I think Kevin Lavery, I think that'll help him out a wee bit.
So Robert Waddell now 3.6 behind.
That's Alexander Rowan just across the line there. He's leading the production twins at the minute. From Ocean Walsh, currently at 15th on the road. Then we have Dave Scott and Darren Finn in 4th of the production twins. So lightweight and Moto 3 machines, if you can make your way to the whole drive, please, as quickly as you can. That's the lightweight and the Moto 3 machines to the whole drive. Mark Johnson there in 15th, having a good day from Dave Liddy.
Oh, I know, Everett must have been detouring somewhere, and he's dropped from 11 down to 17, so.
Kevin Lowry still tucked in behind Dean McMaster.
Yeah, but look at the gap now. Willis had slower riders there. It's out to 5.1 seconds. Again, Willis 59.4. Garrett. He's definitely not slowing up.
No, he's not. Even with that traffic, we're seeing cutting through. It didn't slow at all. It didn't help us race at all there. You can see Mark Johnson just dropping off the tail end of that group in front of him. And there's your leader already in behind that group of Mark Johnson. Peter Willis just tucking in behind.
And then one of the Sat Lavery up in the tournament. Just disappear behind the carriages.
Peter Willis and your leader across the line. Oh, it is Kevin Lavery up into third place now, just behind Robert Waddell, so he's on a charge now. Dean McMaster starting to drop off the back road. But again, them slower riders into the hairpins just holding them back that wee bit.
So Lachlan up at the fifth there, his best lap of the race so far, 101.4. But Willis that time is slightly slower, 59.8. He's still the only rider of sub 1 minute.
I'd say everything's about to change here now. Look at the gaggle of riders coming out of the chicane, and that's going to hold up Robert Waddell, Lavery and McMaster at the hairpin. So there's Waddell still ahead of that group, but coming into the brakes now, there's about 6 or 7 machines at the hairpin. Will they be able to get them before deaders?
Match recording that sit up and beg machine there.
Here we go then, second place away through Kevin Lavery. They all seem to be much the muscles here, but keep an eye on them through Colonials 1. And they're going to have to go up the inside here, these slow riders.
That was slow down for Peter Willis. 102 for Peter Willis. So the gap has gone down to Waddell and Kevin Lavery, 4.5 to 5. Obviously the slow riders holding up with us that time, but he still has a very good gap. 8 laps gone of the 10, so we get the last lap flag the next time round. So the next race, lightweight and Moto 3, please.
Just keeping an eye through Colonials there, and yes, it was Waddell that got held up badly through Colonials 1, and that has allowed Kevin Lavery out past now, so up the inside at the hairpin, but is he going to be able to keep it tight in? As it disappear behind the buildings here out the other side. So it is it is indeed Kevin Lavery up into second place now. Keep an eye on his lap time. You're going to start to see love it, but he's also going to bring Robert Waddell with him.
So the gap has gone back out again. So there's nearly 6 seconds now, Garrett.
I can already see what way this championship is going to go.
So the production twin leader Alexander Rowan is in 8th place, and then we have 50 Russian Mudge.
See there, Dave Walsh as well out for a spell. He's currently in 16th. 17th is Dave Liddy, Stuart Heason 18th, 19th Darren Hint, and Davey Scott is the top 20. Darren Hint just across the line there now.
So the checker flag being ready for our leader.
Keep an eye down, here he comes then, across the line. It's Kevin Lavery.
So our leader is gone.
What happened there?
Don't know, something.
Couldn't hear anything, so your winner of the Super Twins is Kevin Lavery, and Dean McMaster in second place, followed by Robert Waddell in third.
Joe Loughlin 4th, James Shaw 5th, Kyle Cross 6th, Peter Willis drops down into 7th.
There was a lot happening there, Jack,
Yes,
on that last
yes.
lap. There was a lot of machines at one point at the one time, and unfortunately we have lost that. Our leader was Peter Willis. He may have retired somewhere in and around the track, but your winner, and I'm sure he's probably not even aware, Jack. Kevin Lavery from Dean McMaster and Robert Goodell in third. Fourth place is Joe Loughlin. Fifth was James Chalk. Sixth, Kyle Cross. Seventh, Alexander Rowan. Jack Mayers in eighth. Ninth was Michael Clyde. And still going down the order, Peter Willis. So 12th was Mark Johnson, Owen Everard. 13th, 14th is Matt Watson. 15th, Ocean Walsh. 16th, Dave Walsh. Stuart Hazen, 17th. 18th, Dave Liddy. Darren Flint, 19th. And 20th is Callum O'Brien. So again, another call please for the lightweight and Moto 3 machines to the holding area.
So no, one to race control. Send your message, DJ, go ahead. John, are we okay to participate the track? Roger, go ahead and we'll wait for clearance as soon as you're cleared there, go ahead. Roger, all will do.
Sure.
I've put something on there.
So the gap between Lavery and McMaster, 0.669 of a second, with Dan 0.911. So Kevin Lavery taking the win. And like the old saying, Garrett, to finish first you got to finish. Or you got to feel sorry for poor Peter Willis, whatever happened to him on that last lap.
Yeah, so hopefully Peter's, hopefully he's fine. And hopefully the bike just retired.
Yes, we can't see any yellow flags out at the minute. There's a rider being pushed there at the very bottom.
Yeah, a couple of bikes retired throughout this circuit.
Control that's the license by stop pit lane.
Okay, message received, Billy Joe, many
So
thanks.
what a great way to
Thanks,
start
Colin. Any radio operator?
start the season, Jack.
Yes,
The
indeed.
Super Twins, they never fail to impress you, they don't.
No, they don't. Elkin, one of the favourites going out at the very first lap. But we look now to the Moto 3 lightweight Supersport. Ruben Sherman Boyd from Fionn Stevens, Dale Highland, Buster Sherman Boyd, Hubert Thomas Wesky, Ross Quinn, Andrew McCrum, Marley Brown, and Ivan Bolt. There you are in the lightweight Supersport. The Moto 3, Alfie Flynn, Matt Davison, Gary Jordan, Nigel Moore, Ciara Cahoon, and Robert O'Neill. You know, Gary, we talk about the length of sport of Paul Cranston. There's another man there that as long as I can remember, Nigel Moore. He's been around the sport for a lifetime.
He has, and like growing up in the paddock myself, and you know, watching him winning all these races, winning these championships, to then being able to race with him, being on the same grid as him, and he's so humble.
Yeah.
You know, it's nearly annoying how humble he is because of the caliber of the man and what he has done throughout the years, and he just danders about and he enjoys his race and he just wants to race. But if you look at his achievements throughout the years, it's not to be sniffed at. You know, Paul Cranston's the same. You know, all these Ulster Grand Prix wins, and you know, and the stuff that they've done throughout the years it's phenomenal. And again, they've shaped the sport to what it's been.
In 23, the first year we couldn't run Skerry, we were running the sprint, and it went from the top of Sam's Tunnel over to Duke's Bends, and Nigel came down, in fairness, he came down, he was great support of the sprint, and he really enjoyed his day, and he got an award at the end of the day, and he got a few euros of prize money as well. So
Brilliant.
He was happy out, but such is his love for the sport. You know, sprint is not everybody's cup of tea. It's like a drag race. It's just something lads enjoy. But at the end of the day, he just loved it. He said it was totally different, and it was great crack.
Yeah, there's a lot of sprints down south, isn't there? Like what would be through the streets and whatnot, and that's what's brought a lot of people on to road racing as well.
Oh yeah, because I mean, a lot of the sprints in the drag race, you could take out, used to be able to take out one-day licenses for the drag race. Are really popular down the Cork, hill climbs and sprint. And we ran the sprint. The very first event that Lough ran in 1984 was a sprint.
Oh yeah.
But they're very rare up our neck of the woods, but they're still quite popular down in the south. And I see now this year there's no Faheen, so they're actually running a 2-day sprint on part of the Faheen course. I'm not 100% sure which section they're going to run from, but I know it's not going into the village. That's one thing I do know. But they're going to be running an event, so fair play to them.
That'll be interesting. Wee weekend down there.
Oh, stop. Jeez, that's a serious drinking place there. We got it. Allowed across the track to alleviate the traffic jam that's coming up out of the village onto the course here. Not the best of a wide road, Gareth, for traffic jams, upsetting the local neighbours.
Oh, you don't want to be upsetting anyone, especially this day and age.
Just for those of you who just arrived, there is one addition to your programme in the lightweight class. Fionn Stevens there, number 17, from Wicklow and Kawasaki. He's the only addition that we've been notified of.
Yeah, throughout each class we'll try and keep you updated as best we can on the entrance. There are a couple that have slipped through the net. We noticed, obviously, just before they printed this off for us this morning. But we'll keep you all up to date on what's going on.
So last year, in the lightweight Supersport class, Bailey Dobson was the championship winner just by 6 points from Max Werdy. Owen Everett was third, Jordan McGahan fourth, Marley Brown fifth, and Alana Marr sixth. In the Moto 3 championship, Alexander Owen was the winner of that from Matt Davison and Buster Sherman Boyd. And Buster Sherman Boyd is actually qualified in 4th place. On the 400 Kawasaki, his brother Reuben, he's top in the leaderboard at 103.142. Buster's 106.962.
Not signed in.
Matt Davidson there, number 80 there, sitting quite relaxed looking there with his dad Barry. Then beside him is number 44, and that's Alfie Flynn from the Moto 3. 777 just behind him, and that's Kira Cahoon. Also there in the front row there, number 29. That's Gary Jordan and Nigel Moore on the almost plain white machine there, number 86. Nigel with the black leathers and plain white helmet.
Yeah, good to see Gary Jordan back out in the Moto 3 machine. Although it is, I'm pretty sure it is Moto 3, I don't think it's a 125. So I think he's opted for the diesel approach this season. I didn't see him out on the Supersport. wave there, I hope it was a wave. I didn't see him out in the Supersport machine.
So
we'll keep an eye out for him.
Sorry Gareth, the last of the cars coming across the track there now. clear to the course, making his way back across the track. So shortly be on our way for this second race of the day. And again, for those of you just arriving, the lap times from race 1 will determine the grids for race 2.
Yes, and of course, if you are just joining us, welcome folks to Kirkiston for the first round of the Ulster Superbike Championship and the first round of the Big 3 Series, brought to you by the Belfast and District Club. And Charles Hurst Motorcycles, of course, sponsoring this series, and they have done for a number of years now, so it's fantastic to have them on board, as well as all the sponsors involved today.
So the clear to the course is just at the Claxon. So there it goes, so the gate should be open and the track will be live.
He loves that Claxon, doesn't he?
Up around your area or on top of a reservoir, one of the bikes, if you come across it, let this location know. Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Heard maybe there's a reservoir, brake fluid reservoir cap found around the circuit.
It's missing. It's missing.
No, it's missing altogether. So if anyone sees that, please hand it in the control tower here, or in the sign on. But the machine's up and running now. Tire warmers are off. And you can hear the thump of that Moto 3 machine of Matt Davison.
So out you go, the track is now live.
Alfie Flynn, number 44, away out, followed by Matt Davison, Nigel Moore, Gary Jordan. Oh, Hubert Tomaszewski there. Looking at the line we're waiting at. 153, that is Ivan Bolt. Sounds like a superhero. Yes. Ivan Bolt. He's away out on his Supersport 400 machine. Oh, there's a machine. Maybe he is. Yes, Chris is going to let him out. Well done, you. 255. That was Ross Quinn. Lucky enough, just struggling to get the machine going there at the start.
So don't forget, folks, we have 2 races within one: the Moto 3 and the lightweight Supersport.
So next machine up then is the Moto 1 class, if you want to make your way to the holding area. Pole position then, Alfie Flynn lines up on pole from Matt Davison and Gary Jordan in third. Fourth is Nigel Moore, followed by Ciara Cahoon in the second row. Robert O'Neill lines up in sixth. That's the Moto 3 class. Lightweight Supersport, Reuben Sherman Boyd, split grids this time. Reuben Sherman Boyd lines up on pole from Finn Stevens and Dale Hyland in third. Buster Sherman Boyd fourth, from Hubert Tomaszewski in fifth. Ross Quinn in sixth. Then we have Andrew McCrum in seventh. Eighth place is Marley Brown, and ninth is Ivan Bolt.
Don't forget, folks, it's the day clapper. So all races are basically 8 laps, with the exception of the big 3. They're all 10 laps. So Matt Davison on the BD40 machine.
He gets the thumbs up from his dad, Barry. I'm sure Barry's bossing to get out here as well.
I remember watching a number of years ago at the the pit bikes, and him and Paul Robinson, and they were nervous as hell. The two of them. Oh, what a disaster for Alfie Flynn.
Oh no! Absolute nightmare for Alfie Flynn. He stalls the machine off the line, but it was Matt Davison who got the whole shot in that one.
I think he just dropped the foot a bit too quick, Gary.
He did. Lightweight machines are go! Might have been Buster Sherman Boyd, got a good start there in that one. Ivan Bolt, a bit slower off the line there for Ivan. But the lightweight machines all the way safely there as the Moto 3 machines head through the chicane at the far side of the track.
Ross Quinn, another addition to your program there, number 255. And it's Davis all over the lead already.
Massive lead there for Matty Davison. There's Gary Jordan who's in second place at the minute, but it doesn't look like for long as they break into the hairpin and disappear behind the buildings in the background.
So we just mentioned to watch the times now. Matt Davis 106 in qualifying.
Robert O'Neill, so it's Robert O'Neill up into second place now, Gary Jordan third, Nigel Moore fourth, Kirkistown in fifth, and there's Stephen. Alfie Flynn the way through. Ruben Sherman Boyd leads the lightweight Supersport machine from Finn Stevens, and Dale Hyland, Buster Sherman Boyd in fourth, fifth is Hubert Tomaszewski, sixth is Ross Quinn, and in addition to your programme, Marley Brown in seventh.
So when we calculate everything together, Garrett, Ruben, Sherman Boyd technically leads the race overall from Fionn Stevens and Dale Hyland, but Matt Davison on control on the road as he comes up the back straight towards the hairpin.
And behind the pit lane cafe, again these wee machines are so light, and when you're braking it's like hitting a brick wall. You have to get all your body weight to the back of these bikes for what the body weight is worth.
Yes.
For Matt Davison.
and I visually that looks a bit 2.9 the last time. 107 for Matt Davis and Robert O'Neill is 2.2 seconds behind. Ruben Sherman Boyd technically leads the race on corrected time.
Fastest lap for Ruben Sherman Boyd as well, that time round at 103.0, and he's already catching the back end of the Moto 3 class. So Ruben Sherman Boyd on a real charge this time. Then we have Finn Stevens second in the lightweight machines, and Neil Hyland holding on to that third. But Matt Davison leading the way in the Moto 3 class from Robert O'Neill and Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan not giving up on this one. And Neilers, keep a close eye on Nigel Moore. He's a sneaky one. Later on in the race, he could pounce. He's in the slipstream there of Gary Jordan. Breaking hard into the hairpin then, and just look at Kirkistown. So Kirkistown is in that fifth place, but she's right in behind Nigel Moore. And look at Ruben Sherman Boyd. He's chasing down Nigel Moore and Gary Jordan. They're going to fall victim to Ruben Sherman Boyd very shortly.
Ruben Sherman Boyd the fastest lap of the race, 103.099. That equates to a speed of 86.264 miles per hour. That was on lap 2. Matt Davison, his fast lap was 107. Maybe a second slower than he was this morning.
That's interesting, whether it's something with the bike or maybe as a mentality thing. You don't know with riders and racers, everything changes from race to race here. Matt Davison then.
So the battle for second between Robert O'Neill, Gary Jordan and Nigel Moore in the Moto 3 class. And they're definitely catching them, Garrett.
Oh, they are. The gap is coming down now. Oh! Ruben Sherman Boyd, you're cutting it back for the front wheel of Robert O'Neill. That was so close there at pit lane.
Matt Davison was slower that time, 108. Just wondering, Gary, is there something in there, Garrett? He seems to be slipping back a bit, 108. 106 this morning qualifying.
That machine of Matt Davison's is definitely slowing. As you say, the gap has come down quite significantly here. You can see Matt Davison. Although I think Robert O'Neill got a wee bit upset there, so the gap might have opened up ever so slightly on that last lap.
Sherman Boyd is actually leading on the road now.
Yes, he's passed everyone on track now. and up on the lead and on the road and on an absolute charge. Robert O'Neill 1.4 seconds back on Robert O'Neill, so he's still clawing him in. Matt Davison's best time was a 107.2. That was on the last lap actually, Jack, and O'Neill's 107.3. So he has opened up that gap a wee bit more.
Anthony Flynn in third, Gary John fourth, Nigel Moore fifth in Moto 3, Ruben Sherman Boyd, Fionn Stevens, Dave Hyland, Buster Sherman Boyd, they are top four, and Thomas Letsky is in fifth in the lightweight Supersport.
Matt Davison coming now. Maybe change of wind. Looked like, it sounded like he was trying to change gear there. He was looking at an extra cog down that back straight.
Here's a leader.
So another call for the Moto 1 machines. Please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Not much time left in this race.
1.5 there that Matt is ahead of.
Looking here at Nigel Moore is looking racy now. He wants to get past Gary Jordan.
The last lap flag be out the next time round. Sherman Boyd 102.8 on that last lap. That's the fastest lap of the race so far.
Thomas Shasky away through, holding on to that fifth place in the lightweight Supersport. Lonely fifth place, I know. Hubert will want to be right at the pointy end, elbow to elbow with the other riders. But it's a lonely one this morning for him. So last lap flag then, getting ready. Oh, Hubert. Oh. So again, Ruben Sherman Boyd.
So look at him. And as Matt Davison, has he been caught? No, he's not. He's
That's Alfie Flynn.
Alfie Flynn is 22 behind Matt Davison. Alfie Flynn that time. Alfie Flynn, where to see, is 105 that time. Matt Davison 107.
Talk about red mist coming down, Jack. That's exactly what's happening there with Alfie Flynn after that woeful start that he had. But he's on a charge now, and he's right up on Matt Davison now. Keep it close now, coming out of the chicane. But your leader, the Supersport 400 should be coming round the corner here pretty soon. He is indeed.
I think Flynn has got him.
So there's Ruben Sherman going across the line and wins the lightweight Supersport class.
I think Flynn has got second. Has he got into the chicane, into the hairpin?
Has he got him? Did he get him on the brakes?
Did he?
As they emerged from behind the buildings and across. He has indeed.
Yes, Flynn got
So
him.
across the line, Alfie Flynn wins the 103 class from Matt Davison. What a ride there from Alfie Flynn.
Alfie Flynn that time with 104.92. Matt Davison, his fastest lap of the race, 106.590 for Matt Davison. That's just better than his qualifying time, but it took more than last lap really.
And Gary Jordan across the line just touching the limiter on that machine, holding off Nigel Moore, and what a ride there for Kirkistown. Got right up in behind the pair of them. But it was Gary Jordan then taking fourth place from Nigel Moore and fifth in the Moto 3 class, and Kirkistown in sixth place.
So just to give you the rundown, we say the lightweight Supersport. The winner was Ruben Sherman Boyd from Fionn Stevens, Dale Hyland, Buster Sherman Boyd, Hubert Thomas Wetsky, Ross Quinn and Marty Brown, but I were both in 14. And then in the Moto 3, Alfie Flynn took the win from Matt Davison by .306. Robert O'Neill was third, Gary Jordan fourth, Nigel Moore fifth, and Kieran Cahoon in sixth. Fastest lap of the race went to Ruben Sherman Boyd, 102.8, 86.550 miles per hour.
Sorry, Jack, I was getting excited there. I dropped everything on the floor during that race. But what a ride for Alfie Flynn. Unbelievable. He seemed to have just came out of nowhere in that race, but to come back after that and win that Moto 3 race. What a phenomenal ride there from young Flynn. Next up then, the Moto 1 machines are lined up, ready and raring to go. And I think they may, I don't think there's not that many spectators across the road, but they might let them across. And of course, after this Moto 1, we will be going for lunch. Don't forget, folks, please allow the marshals and paramedics to get a wee bite to eat first, so they can get back on post as quickly as they can.
I think there's, at the minute, guys, with one race to go before lunch, there is no queue at the cafe, so please give all the officials a chance to get something to eat. So just back to the qualifying for the Moto 1, and including the Tianda Cup. Joel Hare was fast in practice from William Graham, Riley Brown, Harley Smith, Paige Mullen, but William Graham was the fastest Tiandas. He was in second place. The second of the Tiandas was Cooper Calhoun in 11th, and Brandon Kennedy in 12th. All these on the Team Wood Academy machines, and away they go.
Bossy race machines there as well. Cooper Cahoon, number 972. Being a newcomer, 972 with a 9 in front of it, but he actually he messaged me asking if it was okay to use the number 72, and I thought that was very polite of him.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
indeed.
So the machine's out for their warm-up lap. Joel Hare will line up on pole from William Graham. Riley Brown in 3rd place. 4th will be Harley Smith. 5th, Paige Mullen. Paige Mullen riding the Bossy racing machine with Eva Mullen. 6th is David Scott. 7th, Davy Chambers. 8th is Mitchell McNeil. 9th, Thomas McGurnahan. 10th is Ella Musgrove. 11th, Cooper Cahoon. 12th is Brandon Kennedy. 13th, Annabelle O'Neill. 14th, Jay Coates. And 15th, Andrew McCrum. A lot of these riders coming up through the mini bikes, the IMC Mini Bike Championship. And of course, some of the riders are ex-retirees as well, and they're coming back for a bit of a play.
Dipping in and out of the sport, Garrett, like, you know, I suppose, I remember a number of lads there over the years, they'd ride with one season, they'd be broke, they have to repay the credit union or the bank to loan. Had to be back the next year again.
Yeah, they take a year out just to pay for everything, and then back to the drawing board. A few riders coming out of retirement. It's great to see Peter McGowan as well, one of them. And of course they have to do their licenses and all as well after a certain amount of years. Their tests and whatever else. You're not getting me sitting in a classroom again, tell you that, Jack.
I remember James Brophy many years ago leading it was at that time it was the Newcomers Championship on the roads, and he said it took him 2 years to repay all the money he borrowed.
So the machine's lining up then on the grid. Again, this will be the first time a lot of these riders will have this race start. They had a race simulation, of course, at the school, but it's crunch time now,
yes.
Jack.
And look at in the last race, you know how difference the start can make now. There's not too many would go the way the start of the last race.
Absolutely not. The green flag is shown then. They're told to watch the lights. There's Keenest Mustard. What a way to go! Oh, great start there. Yes, indeed. The Tianda. He gave it stacks. He gave it the cog, and away he goes. Pull shot there for William Graham.
Like William's second in this championship last year, already a long way back from Hubert Thomas Wesky. Oisin Walsh was in 3rd. Harley Smith 4th in the championship last year, 4th in qualifying there the minute. Kirkistown was 5th in the championship, and she's changed her class, so we're waiting to see what way to qualifying, they said Joel Hare was 2 seconds ahead of William Graham. Graham got the whole shot.
He did get the whole shot, but he's under pressure now from Joel Hare. Joel rides round the outside on the exit of the chicane. William Graham in the slipstream now of that R3 Yamaha. Past the track day, pit lane cafe. Oh, look at William Graham out dragging the R3 into the hairpin on the brakes then. And Joel, Joel can't do anything about it, and he has to let him take that position back. So William Graham back in the lead, but will it be for long? Can Joel Hare get in the slipstream, out drag? Can't out drag the tie onto the line. So out through, in through Deaders once again. That is William Graham from Joel Hare, Riley Brown, Harley Smith, Piers Mullet, David Scott, Davy Chambers in 6th place. 7th place, 8th place Andrew McCrum. Then we have Jay Coates, Cooper Cahoon in 10th, Mitchell McNeil, Brandon Kennedy, Ella Musgrove, Thomas McGurran and Annabelle O'Neill.
So in William Graham's best lap was 1:11.9. Gary, we keep an eye on that to see does he progress much through the race from his qualifying time.
See Joel Hare right back on him again on the entrance to the chicane. Is he going to be able to do the same again? Yes. Deja vu for Joel Hare around the outside once again. But look at the speed of that Toyota in the slipstream. And is he going to be able to drag him as if he's got another gear here, Jack? Look, he moves over the right hand side.
So well tucked in, doesn't he?
Unbelievable, Jack. Hard on the brakes then for the hairpin. And again, that wee Toyota looks so much more nimble on the brakes in mid-corner than the R3 Yamaha. But look at Joel. Again, they're side by side on the axis of the hairpin. This will tell the difference. Look at the speed. Side by side, going through Deaders. That's not a good idea, guys. Oh, William Graham around the outside.
Joel Hare 1:11.825. 109 and qualifying 109.9, so it's still only 3 laps gone. William Graham 0.62.
Oh, and they're side by side again, going in through Fisherman's. So it looks like it's William Graham. Oh no, it's Joel Hare. They're side by side on the exit of Fisherman's, but William Graham gets the advantage on the entrance to the chicane. And I wonder what's going to happen here, Jack.
The drive this time by Joel Hare, and he gets it again.
Oh, look at that. Line. You can see William Graham, he's sort of getting smart to it because he moved over to the left-hand side again, and Joel hasn't been able to carry as much speed out of the chicane. And that's allowed William Graham to get past a lot easier once again at the hairpin.
Yes, well, it'll be interesting to see, can William keep ahead of Joel as they come out? Joel! On the outside.
Joel Hare, he's using a lot more of the track than he should here, but he has to. He just about drags that Toyota to the line, and that's what he needs on the last lap when that checkered flag is flown.
Look at the time, they're actually holding each other. 112.304, 112.336, gap 0.21. Actually slower than they were at lap 1, believe it or not.
They're at it neck and neck, they're bashing shoulders. This is what racing was all about, but look at the consistency that they're able to hold from lap to lap.
So in 3rd place is Riley Brown, 4th Harley Smith, 5th Paige Mullen, 6th Andrew McCrum, 7th David Scott, Jay Coates in 8th, Davy Chambers in 9th, and Thomas McGurran in 10th. The second of the Tiandas is Cooper Cahoon in 11th, with Mitchell O'Neill, the third of the Tiandas in 12th place.
And they're side by side once again, past the pit lane cafe here behind us. And I think it's William Graham who has the line once again. So Joel Hare opts for the wide line.
And a slower rider in front of him.
Oh, it's Annabelle O'Neill perhaps, is it?
Newcomer.
It is indeed, but Joel Hare. Oh, Graham was able to drag him to the line that time round, so he's really going to have to come up with a plan here very soon. Jack, the slower line, Annabelle O'Neill. Oh, Joel Hare went up the inside at the exit of Deaders. I didn't even know you could do that.
William Graham 1:11.426, Joel Hare 1:11.502, 0.55 between them. Poor Annabelle O'Neill there just was absolutely mopped up.
She got her eyes open there, Jack, didn't she? William Graham with the fastest lap, a 1:11.4 on the board.
And it's still Graham in the lead as we come into the chicane. Will Hare get the drive out again, Garrett? No, but
Oh, he's just sort of, he's lacking this time on the exit of the chicane.
Right.
But he has to get tucked into the slipstream there. William Graham, the tail. Is he going to pay back
On
the
braking.
favourite this time?
He goes up the inside this time, Garrett.
He's got the right move this time round for Joel Hur, but look at William Graham cut the nose of him on the entrance of the hairpin.
Half distance gone of this 8-lapper. And it's still Graham just with his nose in front as he comes to the line.
He seems to have that advantage out of the hairpin this time. Graham seemed to, he's got it down to the T, so Joel Hur, he's going to have to change something in these closing laps.
Like Joel Hare, Garrett, his time in qualifying was 109.914. His best lap there is 111.
Just show you.
Temperature now, site temperature is about nearly 20 degrees, so
They seem to be, they're miles off the pace they were in qualifying. Whether it's the headwind or maybe the wind's picked up a wee bit here.
so in third place with all that excitement, it is Bridie Brown, Dennis Hardy-Smith, Paige Mullen, Andrew McCrum, Jay Coates, David Scott, Davy Chambers, Thomas McGornan, they're your top 10. And they're side by side once more.
They are, and this time it's William Graham who moves over the right hand side. You can see Joel Hur trying to squeeze him out that wee bit, but he's not going to be able to do anything about that tail. On the brakes, or does he? Joel Hur tries to ride round the outside at the apex of the hairpin. Does he make it stick?
He does.
He gets the drive this time out of the hairpin. Graham has to stick into the slipstream. Look how close they are. And Graham up the inside through Deaders.
Oh, that's a savage manoeuvre. There's no doubt about it.
You can see the bike's just hit the dip on the inside, and that is the perfect line through Deaders dip.
So the gap between Hare and Graham, as in the Wyos, is 0.61. In third place is Riley Brown, fourth Hardy Smith, fifth Paige Mullen, sixth Andrew McCrum, seventh Jay Coates, eighth David Scott, and ninth is Davy Chambers, and Thomas McGornan is 10th. And the last lap flag getting ready for it as they come into the chicane, and it's still Graham.
Oh, you can see Joel Hur again round outside, but they're side by side this time round. Look at Paige Mullen as well. Paige Mullen having a good run there in the Boss E racing machine ahead of Andrew McCrum and Jay Coates in that group.
So into the chicane, out of the hairpin they come. And it's still Graham.
It looks like Graham's starting to pull a wee bit of a gap on Joel Hur now, or is Joel?
No, it's not.
Oh, Joel Hur with the drive out of the hairpin. He was miles back on Graham there. How did he claw that back? Last lap time now. Oh, the touch going across the line. William Graham nudges Joel Hur in the road. Excuse me, coming through. William Graham back in the lead of this race with the fastest lap, a 1:11.1.
Riley Brown, the newcomer in third, Dennis Hardy-Smith in fourth. We wait for Paige Mullen. I think that's true, we've got them up to the end. More scraps going on down the field.
Paige Mullen having a great race here ahead of that group. Look at the lead angle that Jay Coates is able to get through Deaders. Back to the leaders then. It's William Graham in through the chicane. But Joel Hur still very much in contention with this race win here as they're side by side on the exit of the chicane, making their way back up to the hairpin.
Oh, look at the Tianda. Up the inside again.
Oh, the speed's got the line, but Joel Hur moves way over to the left hand side, gives him loads of room. He's got to cut back, he's got to get the drive on the start and finish, but can he get the power down early enough to hold off William Graham? Here they come then. The checkered flag is being waved. Graham's in the slipstream. They're side by side across the line. It's Joel Hur who gets it, but only just from William Graham. What a race that was.
0.48 of a second there between Hare and Graham. 1:11, 1:11.483, 1:11.479 for William Graham. Just not enough. Close to the finish. Riley Brown finished fourth. Hardy Smith fourth. Paige Mullen fifth. Andrew McCrum should be next.
What a race that was. And you can see Paige Mullen, that group there, Paige Mullen was in, broke up there in that last lap as well. But Joel Hur taking that win from William Graham, Riley Brown in that third.
966 and riders okay.
Just here and there, part of that group. Jenny Coates had a slip up, and Ryder is okay.
Give me your location there, the Rider 966 to come off. Where? Go ahead. Okay, Roger, got it.
So again, another fantastic opener there for the Moto 1 class for this championship, and it really bodes well for the championship and how close this is going to be. But what a fantastic race that
just wait
was.
to get this race completely finished up here. Still riders on the circuit. And when you put it in the next to them.
Yeah, Roger, thank you. So after that excitement, folks, we have the lunch break as soon as they get the go-ahead from the clerk of the course. What time he wants everybody back in situ at. It is now 12:49, and I'm sure we'll be talking around with half one, Gareth, I'm assuming. So we'll wait till we get the official one anyway.
Yeah, I think they'll want to start getting things moving here pretty quickly. And tell you what, Jack, thank goodness it's lunch because I need to sit down.
Joe, could you give us clearance when the
What a
circuit
race that
cleared there,
was.
Billy Joe?
Again, we're just waiting on confirmation here for time for lunch break, when to get back and whatnot. Please remember for all,
Race
to
control
allow all
Billy
marshals and paramedics to get a wee bite to eat first so we
Roger,
can get
Billy
back
Joe,
on
give us clearance
for
when the
some
last
great
bike's off the
racing
circuit there, go ahead.
to continue on the day.
Clark, of race control. And your message, go ahead. So we're going to get everyone back on post for 1:45.
So we're just here
starting
now.
for 2 o'clock.
Everybody back on post for
Okay.
1:45,
That's an hour.
and we'll be racing
Keep it calm,
again
but whatever.
at 2 o'clock.
Call.
Do we need more?
I don't know why he needs an hour. Half one would be.
Okay, race control to all radio operators. You can stand down for lunch. And
So
we
all
want you
track
back on,
personnel,
cir-
please
on
be
the
back
circuit
on your
again.
posts for
On your
1:45,
post for
and the
1:45
machines will be back
for
on
2
track
o'clock.
for 2 o'clock.
Off again. That is back on post for 1:45 and
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, not long to go now. So the Supersport machines are lining up in the holding area. Again, ready, raring to go. The sun's beating down here once again at Kirkiston. And it's getting a wee bit hot and heavy in here now, isn't it? It's like a wee greenhouse, Jack.
Well, I think for those who just arrived, the last race before the break, the race one, for the Moto 1, Joe Hare and William Graham, an absolute cracking race, and hopefully for the rest of the day. And I'm sure, Garrett, when we look at the times for this Supersport, we're going to get something very close, like the Paul Jordan 56.480, Corey McCreevy 56.756, and Mike Brown 57, Dara Tweed 57. The top four there, all very, very close.
Yeah, it's going to be tight racing as well, going with the Supersport, well, throughout all classes today, but this one in particular is going to be, it's really going to heat up, isn't it?
And it's good to see Paul Jordan back here with us after a number of years break, but Paul set down the pace already, and the McAdoo team, well, I'm sure Corey McCreevy won't be hanging around either, Garrett.
No, definitely not. There's Paul Jordan, he's been all over the world, he's been training, he's been riding bikes all year round, and he looks like fitter than he's ever been, and he looks as determined as he's ever been. So the rest of the field, they've really got their work cut out for them today.
And like when we look at the Crown Prince last year, the final result, Mark Conlon took the championship at 105 points, Corey McCreevy second on 100, and Christian Elkin 97. I'm just starting to see is Christian there. I think he had a bit of a slip off there in that Super Twin, the first lap of the Super Twin.
Okay, Andy, you're a wee bit weak there, but I do hear
Just
you.
can't see quite a lot of people there in the holding area. So again, the big three races, the Supersport, Super Twin and Superbike are all 10 laps. The rest of the races are 8 laps. And again, folks, the grid for the second classes will form as a result of race 1. So that could be quite interesting as well, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm just hoping everybody remembers, what they're going to be doing. But it's moving on. Everything's moving on over here. It's following the sort of BSB style rules. Although we're always a couple of years behind, but it's good to see we are moving forward with everything. And the grids are as big as ever, and the racing is as quick as ever. Going by the racing that we've had today so far, I think this is going to be another clinker.
Yes, indeed.
Just for to remind everyone, we are streaming live on YouTube, Commentary Corner, and you'll see it on our links on our social media pages and whatnot. But they're listening and watching from all over the world. And a big shout out to Sam Finlay as well. He's on his way back from Donington Park. Of course, the lads have all been. The official test day was yesterday, wasn't it? At Donington Park.
Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday, yeah. So a few up and down moments, wasn't there, Jack? But that's what it's meant to be. You're meant to push to the limit, don't you? And try and find that limit and just take it that wee bit step back.
You know, Gareth, when we look at this class, like the R6 was the tool for many, many years in the class. Now everything has changed with this next generation, but now I know the R9s, we spoke a bit earlier on, the R9's coming in, but a seriously expensive piece of kit, Gareth.
Oh, unreal. You see there Mike Brown, he's riding the Russell Racing R9 this weekend, and Jack, I can't get my head around it. I just can't, people have their different thoughts and whatever, and for me to spend £50,000 tuning a bike to then spend more money to detune it, it doesn't work in my brain, so obviously that's the way everything's going, that's the way it has to go. It's not just horsepower, it's all down to torque and whatnot. And then you've got these Ducatis, they're doing the same, the V2s, these special wire looms and ECUs that you have to buy for them. And it's a bit of a handling, to say the least.
Buying them is probably the easiest part, is getting them all set up, because I think from the Aprilias there, it's the same individual is setting them all up. So again, I mean, you can only do so many hours in a day as well.
That's it. I know. As you say, buying the bike's easy, but buying the bike's the cheapest bit. You can buy a brand new bike, but it's what you have to do. You strip it down to the absolute bare bones, and then to build it up to what you need to be competitive with. Even here today, at Kirkiston is frightening.
And then you know, a lot of them, a good few were in Spain testing, and it's all right testing at high, at nice warm weather. But then the other thing, Gareth, too, you come back, you set up a bike, and you go testing, and next thing things are just not right, and little things, and next thing they all grow into bigger things.
Yeah, and you can near see it there in qualifying, and during qualifying you've seen, especially the people who were in Spain lately, and they're coming in and they're just making these different adjustments here and there. But as you say, from 35 degrees track temperature and then coming here, you have to change everything again.
It's a Mercedes CDI C320 grey, registration number DIJ 1111, and it's DIJ 1111.
So just here and there, ladies and gentlemen, there is Mercedes a C320 registration BIJ 1111. It is blocking an ambulance. If we can get that moved as soon as possible, please. A Mercedes a C320D BIJ 1111. If you can move that as quickly as possible, just making sure it wasn't mine. If you can move that as soon as possible, please, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, we were saying the bikes. You can buy the bike. You can, you can ride it, no problem at all. But to be competitive, like you're spending, from the word go, you're spending between £50,000 and £80,000, for a competitive Supersport machine, depending on what level you want to be at.
So just watching the CD, clerk of the course is not back with us yet, Garlic. I can't actually see him. He's out on the track, or they're trying to get that car moved. So it's a C320 Merc BIJ 1111. And the riders looking very relaxed down there, Gareth.
They may look relaxed, but I can tell you they're not relaxed at all. They've been going through in their head, the off the line, where they want to be, where they need to be, and nearly manifesting the part of the track that they want to be on. You watch not only here at Kirkiston, but Bishop's Court. See the first corner. There's so many different lines. People, especially at the start, and a lot of riders would opt to stay the inside line, especially like you've got 30 odd machines trying to go into the one corner. 26 machines today, but to try and get into one corner, one space. So a lot of the machines, they try to stay over the left-hand side, the inside line, and sometimes it keeps them out of trouble.
Sometimes.
Highlight
that in yellow. Yeah. But I was just talking to young Lavery there, and he was telling me there that the wind is tricky enough in spots and catching, and it could catch you aware of it there in 2 or 3 of the spots in the course. Whatever way it's coming across wind, and Kevin said it's not particularly nice. It can catch you very, very quick.
Yeah, the biggest thing, not only for the smaller bikes, but the bigger bikes as well. And you know yourself, these 650s they're heavy. They're probably the same weight as a Superbike, some of them. But it's when they catch the front end, the wind catches the front end of the bike, and that would be the lightest part of the bike when you're powering out of the corner, obviously. So you can very quickly lose the front, and unfortunately that is exactly what happened to a couple of riders during qualifying here. Especially when you're passing deaders here at left hand side, when it all opens up, that wall disappears. Deaders is a real tricky corner, and especially when it's windy. And the same for when you're changing direction altogether, heading towards the other side of the track through Colonials 1. So Colonials 1 could catch a lot of riders out too, so you have to take care of their fishermen's, obviously. I was talking to some of the newcomers from this weekend, their first ever experience at a race weekend. It's not going so well for some of them. And just to reassure some of it, that's what happens. That's racing, especially at the beginning of the year. We've got British champions here this weekend that are having issues. They've been racing for 15, 20 years, they're having issues. And this is just what happens at the beginning of every season. The bikes are lining up. They're new bikes, they're new riders, and these things don't always go to plan. When they do, something's going to go wrong. You know what I mean?
Just looking at probably one of the most experienced riders worldwide, Jeremy Williams, and belated happy birthday, Jeremy. I believe you celebrated the other day. And Jeremy on the JMC Racing machine, and it is one at the very highest level, and the Grand Prix is in the old 250 days.
Control, we good to go? Yeah, Roger, everyone.
Definitely, he's still determined, doesn't he? He's really, and he loves riding his bikes. It doesn't matter what it is, baggers and.
How do you ride them baggers?
Oh,
I don't know. Like serious.
You could literally tow a caravan with one of them, you know. But he can fairly. Did you see the photo? Getting it sideways, turning it into the corners, and back out again. He's just riding it like a Honda 90.
So there's the tracks and folks. So the tire warmers coming off, and shortly the track will be live. And just bang on our 2 o'clock start time, Garrett.
Yeah, that's more like it.
So again, we ask every class following on, please make sure you're in the assembly area. The chairs are actually next, so ensure that everybody is in the holding area for their race to make sure that everything runs smoothly, because once the gate closes for the race, that's it, guys.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of riders that are working out of the garages, and it can be difficult to hear. I think some of the tannoy or some of the PA systems are turned off certain parts of the track because of noise restrictions and whatnot, but just make sure you're at the gate in time. We don't want any dummies through out of the proms this weekend.
So there's the gate open. And Darrell Tweed there, number 59 on the front row on the Triumph.
The bikes are now on the circuit on a siding lap.
Kevin Lowry on his trainers R6 Yamaha. Rob McCauley way in there.
Thank you to fly.
I keep thinking that's I didn't catch who that was, but I keep thinking it was I can't remember his name now. It's lost me. Andrew Smith on the ZX6 machine. I was talking to Andre earlier. He was working for. Well, he said he was working at 4 o'clock in the morning. I doubt that, but he's here today, so it's good to see you, Andy.
You've no faith in people's strength. So, at least the track temperature is raised a bit down than it was earlier on. We're up to 20 degrees there now, and it started out this morning at a very, very cool 13 degrees.
Yeah, it's 30 odd degrees in here now in this box. So the Supersport machine's out in their warm-up lap. Pole position for Paul Jordan, only just over Corey McGreevy. We have Mike Brown and Darrell Tweed. 5th is Jeremy McWilliams. 6th, Christian Alkin. 7th lines up Ross Moore. Kevin Lowry in 8th. Ruben Sherman Boyd in 9th. Rob McCauley lines up 10th. Gary Scott in 11th. William Donnelly in 12th. 13th is Ross Martin. 14th, Graham McAleese. First of the Cup Riders in 15th, Alex O'Grady. Mark Camlin then, second of the Cup Riders in 16th. Then we have Brett McCallum 17th. Simon McCullough 18th. Evan Larkin, third of the Cup Riders in 19th. And fourth of the Cup Riders, rounding up the top 20, is Joy Hennessy.
So Paul Jordan on the Jackson Racing machine. Quite different leathers, more like testing leathers, Garrett.
Yeah, it's that black and white look, isn't it? Very much like Michael Sweeney's setup.
So the second course goes to the back. We wait for the flag, green flag to raise. The grid marshal, yes, the green flag was there. Watch the lights. Watch the lights. Who gets the whole shot? Oh, it's McCreevy.
Oh, wow! What a start there for McGreevy. And he's already pulled 2-3 bank legs. Oh, someone way out on the grass there, Jack. They're able to keep it on the black stuff just about, but McGreevy's starting to pull out a bit of a gap now. Through Colonials 1, 2, in through Fisherman's, but is that maybe... That's Paul Jordan, is it? He got good drive out of Colonials.
Mike Brown is in second place, I think. Corey McGreevy with the foot down.
He's pushing hard in the end of that chicane. Back out the other side then. Who's going to get into the slipstream? Who going to outbreak who? Going into the Herbert. It is Mike Brown in second place. And that looks like McWilliams, was it, in third?
That's what it looks like.
Well, we'll know better when they come back down towards us here now in this Supersport race.
Paul Jordan's time in qualifying 56.480.
Oh, Corey out on the ground. Darrell Tweed in fourth place, Chris Alvin in fifth, Paul Jordan sixth, Ruben Sherman going in seventh, eighth is Ross Moore, William Donnelly in ninth, top 10 then for Gary Scott.
And Mark Camlin in 11th, the first of the Cup riders. And the freight train heading towards the chicane. McCreevy starting to pull the pin already, Garrett.
He's pulled a massive gap now. Is that still Mike Brown? It is still Mike Brown in second place. So Corey McGreevy miles out in front now. Mike Brown in second. McWilliams still holding on that third place, but only just from Darrell Tweed. Christian Alkin's looking racy here as well during this race. Pulling out of that chicane, using all of the torque of the Ducati as he can. But here comes McGreevy then across the line. From the end of that set, I'm waving about. Something shocking underneath McGreevy. Last stop there for McGreevy. 56 again. Dermot Williams in second place. 58-0. Williams getting the better of Mike Brown on the drive.
So Paul Jordan there, the pole setter. His best lap that time 59.837. His best lap in qualifying 56.48. Oh, McCreevy definitely has pulled the pin.
He has indeed to get the drive on really early on that McAdoo machine. And Mike Brown, he's got a lot of work to do, Mike Brown. Don't forget, he got that 10-second penalty when he crossed the white line coming out of pit lane there. So Mike Brown, where does he fall in the track time? Dropping down the order there, I think. Wow, 11th. So Mike Brown is in 11th on track at time so far. So he's got an awful lot of work for himself to do. But back out the front, Corey McGreevy entering the chicane. In second place, Mike Brown. And behind him, look at Jerry McWilliams now, he's under pressure. Looks like Darrell Tweed is right on the tailpipes of that V2 Ducati.
I'm just wondering, Garrett, is the Russell Racing team, are they aware of the 10-second penalty, Garrett? I'm not sure, because Mike Brown now second on the track, but he's down in 11th place.
I'm not too sure. I'm hoping somebody has told them, but look at Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed looking to make a move on the inside. No, McWilliams closing the door through debtors, but it's the Colonials. Is he able to outbreak McWilliams? Oh, Darrell goes wide up outside the middle and he runs wide through Colonials 1 and nips it back in through Colonials 2, but it's still McWilliams from Darrell Tweed.
Mike Brown now is up into 7, the correct time after that 10 seconds. But McGreevy 56.562, McWilliams 57.723, and Darrell Tweed 57.705.
Really on a charge. Look at Christian Alkin as well, just ahead of Paul Jordan. So Paul Jordan trying to use all of that V2 power and a wee bit more against a very similar machine of Christian Alkin's this time round. Oh, look at Darrell Tweed! Absolutely sideways coming out of the Herbert, and same again, just trying to nip up the inside. Paul Jordan does the same with Christian Alkin, but he's not able to do it. Christian Alkin closes the door on that Bell Bike Sport BMW machine.
McGreevy fast lap by 56.307. class and then Paul Jordan's best lap, 57.758. Over the second behind.
Yeah, he's Corey McGreevy really trucking now. He's not holding back, he's pushing. And of course, he's got help this season in the shape. There's Scott Thompson giving a wee hand out this season, of course. He's a world championship winning crew chief, so he's given Corey McGreevy a wee hand out this season, and it seems to be working for him so far.
And that's McGreevy again, more than half this is six laps longer than they know. Paul Darrell Tweed is up at the turn. Paul Jordan is going to head of Christian Elkin. Paul Jordan now in fourth. 57.197 for Jordan, that's when Darrell Tweed 57.694.
Darren Williams is going to be under pressure here very soon. Paul Jordan's got past Chris Lamont and he's pulled the pin already on this one. And his next victim is McWilliams just ahead, but I think Darrell Tweed has enough of a gap just to get away, and he'll be able to hold on to that second place. Oh, back, look at the drive. Look at the drive that Jordan gets in the slipstream of McWilliams, moves over to the right hand side. Does he outrick McWilliams into the hairpin?
No.
No, he lets him go. I think that's Paul Jordan just being polite this time round. Goes the tram. Paul Jordan still in behind McWilliams. McWilliams loses a lot of time around that hairpin. See him tipping in through Colonials and Paul Jordan nearly running into the back of McWilliams there.
Paul Jordan, the second fastest lap in the race, 56 miles. Jordan is back up two. Yes, he's just slightly slower than he was in scoring a qualifying. McGreevy has got him past Paul Cranston down the back straight. But we watch the battle behind him. He's still round is 7. He's going to get, I think, Barry.
He's not going to be able to get him this time. He's just a wee bit too far away, maybe. Although he does claw in a lot of time on the brakes there. Paul Jordan's right on the back end of McWilliams once again. Oh, look at Mike Brown pushing to the absolute limit. But Darrell Tweed starting to chase him down this time. Leading the cup class is Mark Camlin. Good shooting there for Mark Camlin. Second place then, Alex O'Grady from Evan Larkin and Christian Boyles in the cup class.
The fastest lap in the race by McGreevy, 56.307. So the last lap will be really good. He's going into the back straight Garrett now.
He has, there's Mike Brown just coming out of the hairpin. He didn't get held up too much there by Cranston. You can see Darrell Tweed
is up in the fourth.
Darrell Tweed is not letting go of this one at all. He's so determined. You can see, although Mike Brown isn't in contention in this race, Darrell Tweed can see Mike Brown ahead of him and he'll try anything to get past him here on this last lap. Paul Jordan having to shut off there to get around Paul Cranston, and look at McWilliams. McWilliams is clawing him back in again. He's going to have to get past before Colonials 1. He's sideways through Colonials 1, up the inside of Paul Cranston, and back out the other side, just like that.
So McGreevy heading for another win here at the presence at the all the different names, don't forget all the different names.
Up next then is the sidecars. Yeah, we get themselves ready. There we go! And a win for McGreevy. I was too busy looking at the mist dropping down behind us, so McGreevy takes it in. Darrell Tweed in second place, and Paul Jordan takes the last step of the podium in third. Jeremy Williams fourth, Christian Albert across the line in fifth. Uncorrected time. Mike Brown takes sixth place from Rossburg in seventh.
So we watch for the cup class. Mark Hamlin was just to be with us next. There he goes, Mark Hamlin in 12th place is the cup class winner. So Ray Michael Leeson, Ross Martin, Brennan Lambert is next. So Alex Brady is second in the cup and Christian Boyle is third. It's the fastest lap on lap 5 to McGreevy, 56.307.
Absolutely good start for McGreevy's championship there in the Supersport class. Of course, he's going to want to carry this over to the Superbike as well. But look at Darrell Tweed. He never ceases to amaze. He seen the chance and he went for it, and he just got quicker and quicker each lap there. So he's going to be looking to get that triumph off the line. Even better for the next one.
His best lap at the race, 57.389. Actually, on that last lap, Garrett.
He just pushed and pushed, literally to the very last. Paul Jordan maybe felt like he maybe got held up a wee bit there at the start.
Just looking, Garrett, the first 50 in all, sub 1 minute. So the next race is the Sidecar race. I know we did have a few retirements there early on in the Sidecar, so we just interested to see how many actually outfits do come out.
Just looking to see there, they're lined up, and
They came in this way last time.
I think they're going to be going out onto the track up at the top just this time round.
There's a lot with the garages there, Garrett, that we really can't see that corner there at the hairpin.
Yeah, they weren't thinking about us at all, Jack, when they were putting them up, were they?
Just we're high enough as it is. Steps are killing me.
I'm more worried about my vertigo, tell you the truth.
So in qualifying for the sidecars, we had Dylan Lynch, 109.9, Tony Willis and Ian Harlan, 111, Philly Newton and Derek Keeling, 113, Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald, 114, Ryan Deneen and Calvin Brown, 117, Eugene Kettle and Philip Gracie, 119, Brian Newton and Shane Farrell, 121, and Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black, 136.
There was a few retirees during the qualifying session. Hopefully they've got all that sorted and we can see them out on track. And as we were saying earlier, that's just the unfortunate thing with these sidecars. They are very temperamental, very highly tuned machines, and of course when they start spinning and gripping, that's when they start to do damage to the engines. But the sidecar outfits making their way back or down towards us here now. I think in previous years they just let them sent them straight out onto the track there. So they're bringing them down pit lane now. And over lunch, a few of them were stripped and the ferns off them and stuff, and the chassis on some of them are absolutely phenomenal. See Tony Willis's outfit there, the R1. R1 Yamaha. New colours this year for Tony. Last year they had the Yamaha blocks, the red blocks, the stripe up the side. So he's went for a more
So there's our pulsar. Quite unusual. There's a Formula 2 outfit there of our Dylan Lynch and Carl Lynch, the number 45.
We still haven't found out about the red plates, have we? Or?
No. Unusual to see a red plate on the sidecar.
Yeah, that's a new one for me.
You got that car sorted out? Wife of the guy that drives us in the chat.
Oh, really?
So the track is now live, and the first car outfit in is Tony Willis. So that's definitely a Formula 2 outfit there of our pole setter Dylan Lynch.
Nightmare racing. see the passengers stretching themselves and stretching their legs out before they get tucked in behind these machines.
You know, when we were talking about the work a passenger has to do, Gareth, on the short circuit, can you imagine that a passenger doing a 3-lap race in TT?
Oh, I don't know how some of them do it. You know, it's
Seen them coming in now literally black and blue with the bruise from the bumps, like. Because, you know, I remember watching a number of years ago at Sulby Bridge, and all the top men, they just drift around the bridge, like just the way they drive them. And I remember having a long interview with Dan Sale a number of years ago, and he was telling me that when he was racing with Clappenbach, they actually changed the rear end of the chassis. They put a Formula 3000 car wheel into the rear of the chassis. They developed the whole swinging arm and everything to suit this, to get better traction on the corners, so they could drift and get better traction on it.
wow.
Because they're flat out, as you know, for most of the way anyway. But
Yeah.
that's what they did at the time. I know they've done away with the 7-speed gearboxes brought them back down to 6, but a lot of them top outfits, the Virgins and that, they all had 7-speed gearboxes, which was, when you think about it, like it's bad enough with 6 in a minute, you know.
Seven gears.
And they had a twin chain drive on them as well, like, you know, some of them chassis are serious pieces of kit.
Some piece of kit is right. You have an extra gear, it's something else to go wrong.
Yeah, but, you know, the LCR chassis that a lot of the top outfits, Louis Christian chassis there, they are really expensive piece of kit, but they seem, like we were talking earlier on about the Ducati, they just seem to be the tool for sidecar racing.
Yeah.
Louis Christian has been around sidecar racing since year dot really, but it's good. So the red flag at the front goes up, so we wait for the last to come out, and at the back there that looks like Terry Clinch, he was 4th fastest.
Yeah, no sign of Dylan or Carl. Oh, there's Dylan and Carl sneaking in through there.
Yes.
The number 46.
We were watching them there the last time, Carl. We got quite amazed watching them coming out of the hairpin there and snaking and weaving all over the place.
Yeah, talk about slide cars.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was doing.
So we wait for the green flag to be raised.
Okay, we're under starters orders.
Right, the green flag is raised. Watch the lights. Who gets the cold start? Oh, and hardly getting them in the time. And look at the Formula 2. Oh, the little Formula 2, much easier to get away.
Derek Lynch with a cracker of a start there. You can see actually the formula, the larger the R1 machine, and Dylan Lynch and Carl Lynch, the back end of their bike was skipping. You could hear the chain skipping and jumping.
It's that them spun around at that.
The half, yeah,
Yes.
so they're.
Red flag to the back of the course, they already walked in.
Oh, so unfortunately, we do have a red flag here at the start of this sidecar race. Yeah, so unfortunately we do have a red flag, and if we hear anything we will be keeping you posted, but the machines will be making their way back around here. And just while we're waiting, could the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines please make their way to the holding area? That's the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. So the sidecars are making their way back to the grid, and if we hear anything, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be sure to let you know.
She turned over.
Can you make that? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the marshal's doing a fantastic job there clearing that incident up. The riders walked away from that, so thankfully everyone is unscathed. So we'll get this up and running here again. I'm not sure whether, I think we're going to run it the full distance perhaps.
Sam, go ahead.
1 and 7.
1 and 7. Good man, Andy. So 1 and 7
Okay, all clear there.
for this one.
Of course, go ahead.
So the machine's away for their warm-up lap now. So again, great job to the marshals and everyone down there clearing that incident up.
Race control to Chris, come on, please. Go ahead. Is this a full diff? Just go ahead. One more, 7 laps. Could have been 1 lap, okay, 7 laps. Thank you.
So it looks like Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald, they're going to have to do that all over again, try and get that machine off the line. You can see the bigger machines, just as we were trying to, once the lights went out, you could actually physically see the back end of the outfits bouncing, so they couldn't even get the grip down.
The longer chassis of the Formula 1 machines, which would be the 1000cc class for the Formula 2, the lighter chassis, and I think that's also an LCR chassis there that Dylan Lynch or Derek Lynch has as Eclipse Racing.
Yeah, it even looks fast, doesn't it? It's just looks, it's like a wee whippet. So we'll see if we can get that. I'm sure he's got this down to a T, these race starts. So unfortunately no Dylan Lynch or Carl Lynch here who were involved in that incident, but good to hear they are fine. So we'll keep another eye here on Tony's machine.
Just watching the passengers, Gareth, trying to keep all the weight they have on the rear wheel for the drive to get the traction to walk on them to get them away. So you see there's the Formula 2 outfit, and away it goes again. I'll say a perfect start this time.
Yeah, so a far better start there from Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Ian Harron getting right over the back end of that machine this time. And I think maybe...
And it Lynch is up the inside of already.
I think they were caught off guard a wee bit there, but up in through Colonial's one, and Lynch squeezes himself up the inside. But look at the power of that R1 of Willis heading towards Fisherman's.
Still Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald.
But it seems like Lynch, mid-corner speed, he has it, especially through the chicane with the shorter outfit. And the longer outfit of Willis, you have to wrestle it a wee bit more.
You have your 600, base your 600 engine in it compared to your 1000cc engine.
Yeah, it has to be usable, but as well, very much like the solo machines. So this big R1 of Tony Willis coming out of the hairpin, he can't wind it open as early as Lynch as they come down through the start and finish straight here. Derek Lynch, Anton McDonald, Tony Willis and Ian Harron, Ryan Deneen and Calvin Brown. Make their way through Dadder's Dip then. Fran Newton away through.
And Lynch definitely pulling the pin on this one already, Gareth. 7 lapper.
He seems to be. Willis is sort of left high and dry at the minute, and Ryan Deneen and Calvin Brown are starting to close him in now. You can see Ryan Deneen, he's had no real luck with that outfit, especially last season. There's a mixture of retirements and some good results through in there as well, but if he can get this and get ahead of Tony Willis. That'll be a great result for that outfit. Ooh. I think I was darn. Just tipping the limiter there on the way past down behind us.
The gap between Derek Lynch and Tony Willis 5.3. Ryan Deneen is a further 1.9 behind Tony Willis in third. Dermot Brennan is in fourth. Eugene Kettle fifth. And Flannery Newton should be next. And a newcomer.
Yes, indeed. A new skirt for that outfit.
And I know the Newtons, Joe Newton there, the great sidecar, and for years and years. Joe taxiing now in the Isle of Man, living in the Isle of Man. I'm not sure what relation Flannery is now to that family.
Taxi driver in the Isle of Man must be worth a fortune.
I'm telling you. From Barrywood, the retirement home. So Derek Lynch, the fastest lap. 108.6.
Tony Willis starting to pull away from Ryan Deneen now. Pulled that bit of a gap. Again, Willis just using power of that R1. And again, no tire warmers. They're out. It takes a couple of laps as well for these machines to get dialed in, for the riders to get dialed in, and for the tires to warm up. So track temperature up to 22 degrees now. Again, we'll have to watch this as well, and the riders will be keeping a close eye on this track temperature. Track temperature is up. This next set of races will be sort of around the optimum temperature and the best grip levels of the day, but in the afternoon it tends to drop, and it drops very quick, and it can catch a lot of people out. So I'm sure the riders have taken all that into consideration, especially for the likes of setup and whatnot. So there's so much you have to think about, especially when the weather's concerned.
And this race, Gareth, around of the Friends of Martin Murphy, the late Martin Murphy trophy races. It's obviously a new trophy from the Sidecar. I know they've had different races there over the years, and Mary Marty, a serious character altogether over the years.
Yeah.
Many nights with them, him and Alan Langton, and then when they were passionate together.
And he helped an awful lot of people in the Sidecar.
He was a great character.
Tony Willis, I think Lynch is just settling down the pace. His best time was a 108.6. That last lap was a 111.6, so he's just doing exactly what he has to do to maintain that gap back to Tony Willis and Ian Harron.
The win is the slowest possible speed, isn't that it?
Yes, exactly. See a wee bit of unburnt fuel coming off the outfit there, Eugene Kettle. Philip Gracie in as a passenger.
So Superbike Cup and pre-injection please in the assembly area.
The leader heading up towards the hairpin now. Just tipping in pinpoint perfect every single time. Just staying relaxed, but still looking racy as both of them just disappear behind the cockpit. And the passenger, you couldn't even see the passenger at all there. He's curled up in a wee ball and then throws himself back out for deaders. I'm just trying to listen to the engine there as they go through, but pretty sure they're just rolling it off and straight back on it again. Ryan Deneen, see Tony Lynch and Ian Harron 8.5 seconds back off Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald. Ryan Deneen and Calvin Brown a further 8.5 seconds. Nearly an exact gap back from Tony Willis.
So the last lap flag being ready by Andy. Again, Garrett, there doesn't seem to be a big interest now on the paddock area, the assembly area for the Superbike Cup and pre-injection. Supplies, please.
Yeah, just a handful of machines in the holding area. So the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines, make your way to the holding area please as soon as you can. we'll try and get as much of this racing done today as we can, so we can stay under the sunlight, hopefully. Tony Willis away through there once again.
Tony Willis' best lap. 1:11. Eric Beach 1:8, so good gap. The gap is 8 seconds almost between the two of them there now. Eric, Ryan and Ian, is 12 seconds or 11 seconds behind. So it's not a bit of a procession.
Yes, and you find during the practice sessions and even the Moto track days for the sidecars, there's an awful lot of riders. If you could make a full grid from the sidecar, the track days that they were doing, the test days, but unfortunately it's just, again, it could be all down to money, it could be down to machines not running right, but it is a slightly depleted sidecar grid this weekend.
And the checker flag was in too. Derek and Anto. The sad loss of Darren Maguire a number of years ago in a walk accident. Man, they lit up this track as well. Sadly, Darren passed away. It was about 2 years ago now.
Yeah, Mark Gass was passenger as well.
Yeah, Marcus was supposed to be here with, or he's with Cosmic Racing outfit of.
That's
his name escapes me there now with the minute. With the long hair.
Maybe something to do with Derek Shields as well. See the
Cosmic Racing, that's
Racing,
all part of that team.
Yeah, and the BMW 1000RR. So they've got the BMW outfit as well. And they actually offered me a go at the Classic Bike Festival.
Alright.
On their TT machine. So driving, I couldn't hold on. If I passenger, I'd roll off, I think. So good win there for Lynch and Anto McDonald. So the two of them miles away, over 10 seconds, went nearly 11 seconds as they crossed the line. Tony Willis, Ian Harn in second, third Brian Deneen, Calvin Brown, Eugene Kettle, and Philip Ging in third, or fourth, should you say?
Terry Riley, I couldn't think of his name.
Terry Riley.
Mark Gash.
They were telling me stories. I think it was Riley ended up over the mountain.
He did.
And down the other side. Yeah, it was just an incident, a mistake, slight mistake, lapse of concentration from the passenger. And he ended up down the side of the mountain.
The outfit was very second hand now, I tell you. I saw it afterwards.
Oh, I would say so. But they're going at it this year again for another one. And we wish them all the best, the whole Cosmic Racing team. Next up then, the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. So they'll be going out on track any minute now. So just a reminder, if you're not there by the time the last bike heads through pit lane, the gate will be closed and it won't open. So if you are in the pit lanes or the pit garages, please get yourself down to the holding area as quickly as you can. Nobody's going to shout at you for bringing your tire warmers with you.
So in qualifying for the pre-injection 600, Conor McDonald from Stephen Love, Johnny Irwin, Richard Armstrong, Richie Hyland, Trevor Elliott and David Creed. And in the Superbike Cup, Cathal Gallagher was fast in practice from Johnny Allen, Alan McCaffrey, Ramey Clark, Paul DeMayan, Tam Oliver, Derek O'Donnell, Jonathan Gregory, Alan Armstrong, Peter McGowan, Junior Eastwood, Scott Clemens and Michael Press. They were all your qualifiers in the pre-injection and Superbike Cup. Conor McDonald did a 101.023 in the pre-injection 600. Cathal Gallagher did a 100.105. Fairly close, Garrett, with each other.
Yeah, it's close once again. Even with the Superbikes, the times are very similar with the Superbike Pros. It'll be interesting to see what way this works out in the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. They're not too far away, as you say, jack through them qualifying times. Them pre-injection 600s, they're not a million miles away.
Oh, look, a couple of years that we had the pre-injection 600s, was some very, very close racing in them. And the lads are enjoying them. It's probably one of the cheaper classes.
Yeah, I would say
Call
so.
it cheaper, but
if you call it cheaper, it's still very expensive. Like there's pre-90 or pre-97, I keep saying pre-injection machine of Conor McDonald. He would have been third fastest overall against the Superbikes as well. So that's some shooting.
And Conor would have been in the Superbike Cup class for a couple of years. He's obviously gone back down to the pre-injection 600, more enjoyable class for him.
So I'm just hearing there that they are putting a wee bit of dust down at the hairpin. So if you just keep a wee eye out for that on your sighting lap.
I'm assuming the lack of a Tahitian flag would be out guarded as well to warn them.
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, so that dust is a wee bit of dust. Sometimes they would use a detergent as well just to break up the oil and break the molecules. I'm not going into it, but the dust, the riders sort of know what the dust is going to do. It's not exactly grippy, but it's, it gives them that wee bit more confidence rather than running through some soapy water. Just talking about that, remember a few years back it was Bruce Anstey, that high side he had at the top of the Deer's Lake.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He put the oil down and they had the dust, they put the dust and all down on it, and it's still there. The lumps of concrete is still on the side of the track. You'd think Stony Ford concrete had a spillage up to the top half of it.
So John and Gregory sitting nice and relaxed and deep in his thought there at the pit wall. And again, some of the newcomers, we've a good few newcomers in this class, folks, and again you will see them by the 900 numbers. Peter McGowan, Junior Eastwood, Alan McCaffrey, Johnny Allen, Cathal Gallagher, David Creed and Richard Armstrong there from the pre-injection there also. Newcomers, so it's great to see those classes being strengthened by the newcomers. We hope they enjoy themselves.
And again, it's good to see Peter McGowan back, the veteran. I can call him that now. You'll not like it, but he was racing before I was racing, and he's back again as a newcomer. And that Honda, the big SP.
Over.
Yeah, no worries.
So we haven't been told of any change. I'm assuming this will be still an 8-lap race.
And then, of course, the next one up after the Superbike Cup and the pre-injections is the Big 3 Series King of Kirkiston, the Superbike race. Race 7 in your program's over 10 laps.
I'm going out already, like, only in and out. Jack here, sorry we didn't get that.
Okay, so we've dealt with their PHS 7896. It's going to be dealt with now. Okay, thank you.
Roger, thank you.
So they don't.
Technology going to be desperate. Yeah.
Clark and Ford, please take that. Can you get your register nearby, please?
So the Clark Record closing the gate now, and the bikes will be on track any second. We'll get the klaxon going here, get the tire warmers off.
Race control Jack Corey.
Go ahead.
Roger, Jack. Just put out that announcement there again. PHZ 7896. Could they remove that ban immediately, please?
So just another announcement, a van needs moved as soon as possible. PHZ 7896, registration PHZ 7896. Can you please move your van as soon as possible? It's a blue Volkswagen Caddy. I can actually see it outside the window here, so if you can move your van as soon as you can, please. VW Caddy van. PHZ 7896. Please move it as soon as you can.
Like, in all fairness, he's not part of the bad bit. Look at the two cars.
Yeah.
Bikes. They're nearly worse. Like.
Yeah, the tail's sticking out.
Yeah.
Or that Range Rover.
See the Range Rover. That's
He's
why.
just parked that there.
I would Range Rover, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but you see the car behind it, the red with the black roof. That's my car.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Klaxon sounded. The machine's ready to go now.
1+8.
So back to normality then. One warm-up lap, 8 laps. And this is race 6 in your programs. You can hear the thunder of that SP getting warmed up. Have the ZX10 of Johnny Gregory and Alan Armstrong on the Suzuki.
Conor McDonald there, backfired.
Yeah, still backfiring too. Maybe a wee oil plug there or something, or changing the mapping. A bit of unburnt fuel running through there. So split grids once again for this one, ladies and gentlemen. On pole position for the Superbikes, Paul Demain from Tam Oliver in second. Third place, Derek O'Donnell. Fourth place, Johnny Gregory. Alan Armstrong in fifth. Peter McGowan lines up in 6th place. 7th is Junior Eastwood. 8th is Scott Clements. 9th is Michael Press. Payne Jackson 600 machines then. Conor McDonald on pole with Stephen Love in 2nd. Johnny Irwin 3rd. Richard Armstrong in 4th. 5th is Richie Hyland. 6th is Trevor Elliott. And Davy Creeth in 7th. So again, we'll see some of these Payne Jackson machines catch up fairly quickly to these Superbike machines as well. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on Conor McDonald and Stephen Love, and even Johnny Urban. I walked past Johnny and said hello to him earlier on, and just a big smile on his face. He just can't wait to get back out again, so he's on good form today. See the sorting themselves out. I think that was maybe Tom Oliver, was it, with the launch control? But here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. Revs go up and away they go. Great start there for Tom Oliver.
Conor McDonald on the near side. In pole position, the green flag goes up, and who gets to start? Oh. side by side. Oh, McDonald just squeezed ahead of him. Went into Deadhurst and into Courts Colonial.
Conor McDonald getting the whole shot in that one, but only just as he cuts the nose off to the rider behind. Just looking through the chicane now. That looks like, is that Tom Oliver? Is Tom Oliver in the lead of this race? He got a cracker of a start there. It is indeed. The number 333 leading this Superbike race. Then got Johnny Gregory, is it, just in behind. We'll keep an eye on. We'll see a wee bit more as they come back down towards us again.
So Conor McDonald still his nose in front and the pre-injection pass.
Here we go, Tom Oliver across the line on the big R1, and it's Johnny Gregory is indeed in second place. Derek O'Donnell then Alan Armstrong. Michael Press through, Scott Clements and Junior Eastwood just tucked in behind. Pre-1970 or pre-injection machine, should have said. Conor McDonald in the lead from Stephen Elliott, and Richie Hyland got a cracker of a start there from Stephen Elliott, and Richard Armstrong and David Creeth in 6th place in the pre-injection, 13th overall. Back at the leaders then, Superbike machine is Tom Oliver just tipping into the chicane. Standing that big R1 up onto the fat part of the tire and getting the drive down the back straight. He's got a huge lead now. Back from Gregory as he's trying to get tucked in behind. And look at Armstrong as well. Armstrong's looking sharp here.
The gap the last time was a half a second. Now McDonald
on the brakes into the herb, and then but the leader is already across the line. Tom Oliver. Jonathan Gregory under an awful lot of pressure now from Derek O'Donnell. Derek thought he was going to fish for a move up the inside through Deaders. Scott Clements with a hand up. So we've got a retirement there for Scott Clements, unfortunately. Not the pace you want to be slowing down here. So quick work there from Andy Mack with the yellow flag.
on corrected time, Tom Oliver leads Conor McDonald by 1.29 seconds. So that's the leader. It's the Superbike Cup is Tom Oliver, Jonathan Gregory, Derek O'Donnell and Alan Armstrong, and the leader of the free injection is Conor McDonald from Richie Hyland and Trevor Elliott. Conor McDonald now at that time of 101.942.
So coming up to the slower riders then. So on a charge. So across the line then, so with no Tom Oliver. So with no Tom Oliver, unfortunately. So it's Jonathan Gregory who leads this Superbike race from Derek O'Donnell. And Alan Armstrong in third. Conor McDonald across the line. He's fastest overall on cracker times, leading this race. Just looking there, there is a yellow flag at the chicane. That'll tell us if he's okay. We're heading back towards the hairpin. It's Jonathan Gregory in the lead of this race, but Derek O'Donnell looking very, very sharp indeed. On the brakes, in through the chicane. He's right on the tail end of Gregory. As they come down in the slipstream now, is McDonald going to try and do something this time round? He's looking. You can see that wee bit of a gap opening up through Deaders, but he's just sitting back. He doesn't want to do too much about it.
Just 0.93 of a second, the gap between him and Conor McDonald, the fastest up of the race so far. 1:00.9. Just slightly. It's faster than its qualifying time of 1:01. So Conor McDonald leading on corrected time.
Yeah, he's really starting to bite the screen now. Conor McDonald, remember, is on a pre-injection 600cc Yamaha against these Superbikes. And he's lapping 6 seconds. He's got 6 seconds over them in corrected time. Of course, unfortunately, Tom Oliver is out of this race with a huge lead he had. So hopefully he can get that machine sorted for later on. But look, it's Gregory still from O'Donnell.
0.7, just gone out of There's McDonald.
Absolutely nothing in it. So Conor McDonald still, he's up 7.5 seconds on corrected time, leading this race. So we'll call for the Superbike machines, please, to the holding area for the Big 3 Series King of Kirkiston Superbike race. Jonathan Gregory will keep a wee eye on them. As they head back up towards the Hurban. And look at O'Donnell. O'Donnell still, he's using a lot of the inside line. He feels comfortable enough, but he's just waiting to pounce. And I think this is going to be a last lap duel here, Jack.
And Conor McDonald there on the inside, he's up in the fourth on the course now.
On the road, he's ahead of Alan Armstrong on the Suzuki, on the hunky-dory machine. Back on to the start and finish straight then. Oh, look at O'Donnell's looking for a different sort of line in the through datters. O'Donnell had to sit up there on that 600 before he ran into the back of the BMW machine of Michael Press. It just shows you how early you can get on the power with these Supersport 600 or the pre-injection machines compared to the Superbikes.
8.5 seconds, guys. Conor McDonald has over Jonathan Gregory.
That's mental.
So just to recap on that, in the pre-injection 600s, Conor McDonald leading from Stephen Love, he's in second. Then we have Richie Hyland, Trevor Elliott and Richard Armstrong. And in the Superbike Cup, Jonathan Gregory and Derek O'Donnell at the front, Michael Press in third and Alan Armstrong fourth.
Looking there, I think O'Donnell maybe looking away up the inside at the Hurban, but he backed off again. Is he looking at a wide line to get the power on nice and early? He is indeed. He wants to see if he can drag him down the line. He's on the wide line and outside the road. Last lap time. He had to shut off. He had to stand on the back brake to allow Gregory to get past again. Going through Colonials. O'Donnell again just looking for that wee bit of space to get past. And through Fisherman's then. So many different lines through Fisherman. You have to be careful and to watch one you choose. It's the longest right-hander ever, especially on the last lap here.
Conor McDonald up in the tour on the course.
Yeah, look at McDonald. He's right on the back end of these Superbikes now. He could end up winning this on the road. So Gregory gets the power down nice and early. He starts to spread away now from O'Donnell. But look at Conor McDonald. Conor McDonald's absolutely on it, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get to the line. Oh, coming out of the Hurban now. It's going to be close, but it's going to be Jonathan Gregory. Takes the win in the Superbike class on Derek O'Donnell and Michael Press across the line, followed by Alan Armstrong. But your winner in the pre-injection class is Conor McDonald.
Fastest lap of the race, Garrett, 1:00.669. About 10 seconds over Stephen Love. And Stephen Love actually finished second and correct the time in the pre-injection. Jonathan Gregory.
That's great shooting there for Stephen Love as well. Second fastest on correct time.
So just to get the, as we see it in the pre-injection 600, first is Conor McDonald, second is Stephen Love. Third in 7 places, Richie Hyland. Fourth is Trevor Elliott. Fifth and ninth is Richard Armstrong. And completing the top 6 is David Creed. And the Superbike Cup, Jonathan Gregory took the win by 0.188. It was second from Derek O'Donnell. Michael Press was third. Alan Armstrong fourth. Junior Eastwood fifth. And they were top 5. The rest, Tom Oliver and Scott Clements, DNFs. So the next race up, it is the Superbike King of Kirkiston, sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village. So that beautiful BMW of Carl Phillips, sporting the #1 plate there in the centre. Alongside him is Corey McCreevy and Johnny Campbell Johnny Campbell, who was fast in practice at 55.203. You know, we look at the Superbike Championship from last year. Carl Phillips took the win by 43 points from Johnny Campbell and Corey McCreevy in third.
Last year, the championship, it really did go down to the wire, but to see Carl he was actually to compete in the British Championships this year, but whatever happened. And again, just like I said earlier, fair play if you can get over, but even better for us if you stay here, because we want this racing to be as good and as hot as it has been over the past couple of years, and we can only do it with riders like him.
And just need to double check with you there on the registration of the vehicle. Is it ONZ 4847? Is that correct? Just start there, just try it again slowly.
Oscar Foxtrot Zulu.
Okay, Oscar Foxtrot Zulu 4847, is that correct?
2487.
Roger, and it's up at the hairpin and you want it over the PA system, is that correct?
It is through just blocking in another spectator.
Okay, Roger, did you hear that, Jack?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another vehicle needs moved. ASAP, can't even spell. OFZ 2487. OFZ Oscar Foxtrot Zulu 2487. Can you please get that vehicle moved as soon as possible? I think it's up at the hairpin and it's just blocking other spectators in. It's not a bad problem to have, Jack, is it?
No, it's not often we complain about the lack of spectators, so we just give them the benefit of the doubt.
It was a problem this morning when someone took my VIP parking and I had to walk a wee bit further to the commentary box.
Send your message, go ahead.
I wish I had
Can I
VIP
get
parking.
a car shifted on the outside of the circuit, please?
And another car needing
Give us the
shifted.
registration. It's Whiskey Romeo Zulu 7509.
What?
Okay, do you hear that, Jack?
What type of
Whiskey
car is it?
Romeo Zulu 0509. Get that vehicle removed.
So another vehicle needing moved.
Hi Joe, we're on the ball.
WR said Whiskey Romeo Zulu 0509. Can you shift that vehicle as soon as possible, please? I'm starting to feel like a DJ in a nightclub. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, 7509, Jack. 7509.
sorry, that was WRZ 7509. 7509. WRZ 7509.
Okay, that's changed.
Roger, thanks, Jack.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to Kirkiston for the first round of the Ulster Superbike Championship. And what a clinker it has been so far. Some magnificent races from the Super Twins this morning, lightweight, Moto 3, Moto 1s. The Supersport race was hot. The Sidecars, the Superbike Cup pre-injection, and now the big one, the King of Kirkiston, the Superbike race. This is the one everybody wants.
This one now in the last.
That's the big one.
So that number one plate
Just the
on
last
the
race
Bell
we had
Bike
there.
Sport
You know the last race that was on there. That's the second race for them.
machine out in front. Everybody wants that plate.
This one?
No. Remember the race
So the
which
Bell
finished
Bike
there?
Sport and WB
That would be
Racing
the second
Machine.
race, would be the last race for them.
Family run
Right.
unit.
So we're
Seen
in-
earlier,
we're
it was
on
a
race
huge
7 there.
crowd. A huge crowd
Oh, okay.
That's where we
around
are now at the
their
minute.
camp earlier on.
We'll be here for another while.
So there's another one.
They are
Yeah,
gorgeous
each race-
Someone's
machines.
just asking when the Moto one is, so it's like
Which? Moto 1 is race 11, so this is race 7. It's 5 more races.
So I think previous year Johnny Campbell held the championship. It's Carl Phillips is turning to try and hold on to that crown. And of course, no man wants it more than Corey McGreevy.
Race control to all the radio operators. The bikes are on
The Superbike's out on track. Mark Hewitt on the Dent Boy BMW 1000RR. Johnny Allen on the Neil Kernahan racing machine. And Michael Sweeney, the MJR BMW.
Yeah, Martin Jones racing machine. Martin Jones has been with Nico for many, many years. And basically a team manager. He looks after most of the affairs and booking boats. And Martin is a great supporter of racing and massive greenhouse business he has just outside Rush there. So good local businessman. So Nico down in 9th place, just behind Mike Brown and Ross Irwin.
Making the way down towards us now on pole position. It is Johnny Campbell from Carl Phillips and Corey McGreevy, with Paul Jordan alongside. Aaron Spence in 5th, Ryan Gibson in 6th, 7th is Ross Irwin, Mike Brown lines up in 8th, 9th is Michael Sweeney, Luke Jones is 10th, Mark Hewitt 11th, Jimmy Lance 12th, 13th Darrell Tweed, 14th Dean McMaster, Aaron Armstrong 15th, 16th Daniel Matheson, 17th James Chalk, 18th Mark Conlon, first of the Cup Riders in 19th is Cathal Gallagher, and second of the Cup Riders Johnny Allen in 20th.
Mark Hewitt doing a top rack style stop on the grid there.
What was he doing? A wee bit of showing off there.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't believe him.
His front brakes are definitely working anyway, that's a certainty.
So as they line up to sort themselves out, try and keep themselves as calm as possible.
So Dean Clerk of the course walks to the back of the grid. We watch for the green flag goes up. Watch the lights, who gets the whole shot? Johnny Campbell.
It's the two BMWs
Johnny Campbell.
out in front. It was Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell has got that gremlin off his back and he's able to get that BMW off the line. Through Colonials 1, Colonials 2. All steady away, heading towards Fisherman's now. This long left-hander, down a gear for it. And then on the way out, you have to keep the bike as steady as you can to line up this chicane. Rolling it off, just squeezing a wee bit of the front brake, using the back engine brake and to get the back end round. And then line back up. It's Johnny Campbell from Carl Phillips. Look at the slipstream Carl Phillips is getting.
It's Carl Phillips, I think, gets the lead coming out of it. It is.
It is indeed. So Carl Phillips in the lead of this Superbike race from Johnny Campbell and William Corey McGreevy.
Ross Irwin, and Dean McMaster, they're your top 12. Mark Hewitt, Darrell Tweed, Daniel Matheson, Aaron Armstrong, James Chalk, Mark Conlon. And the top Super Cup man is in 19, that's Cathal Gallagher on number 949, again a newcomer. And doing well qualifying for the open class, Garrett.
Yes, absolutely. And they can keep their nose held high. They're newcomers qualifying for the pro class. But look at Corey McGreevy. He's starting to claw in Johnny Campbell, but that's going to allow Carl Phillips to start to get away. The gap back from Johnny Campbell and Corey McGreevy was 4.25 seconds. 0.425 should I say.
Phillips visually pulling away.
Oh, look at how smooth that is.
Like 9 with almost a second.
The bikes, they bark past us here in the comedy box, and it's Carl Phillips. Aaron Spencer, 4th place. Up into 5th is Brian Gibson. He's got the better of Ross Irwin on that lap.
And just looking at the qualifying time, Johnny Campbell 55.203, Carl Phillips in this lap 2 of the race 54.7. So the pace, Phillips is definitely on the pace.
can see
Oh,
there.
look at him, Garrett, now coming out of the chicane.
And that bike is on absolute rails. It looks like it's handling like a train. Corey McGreevy is within slipstream contention of Johnny Campbell now. He just has to get that thing stopped at the hairpin. Again, getting it up on the fat part of the a race further on back. That looks like Ross Earl and Ryan Gibson again at the hairpin.
McGreevy is
Oh,
gone.
no Corey McGreevy. So McGreevy is out of this race. Dropping down Ryan Gibson on Mike Brown. So Paul Jordan now pushing with a gap in front of him. The race is on further down the field. So just hearing there, Corey McGreevy, he did slip off at the hairpin, but he is up and okay, thankfully.
Phillips now, Garrett, 54.625. 1.5 seconds between him and Johnny Campbell. Aaron Spence off the pace there in third as such. Aaron Spence 6 seconds behind Carl Phillips. Ross here with Ryan Gibson, Mike Brown, Paul Jordan, Luke Jones, Jamie Lyons and Michael Sweeney.
Ross Irwin and Ryan Gibson are neck and neck there as the leaders passed us. Carl Phillips fastest lap again, 54.5. Johnny Campbell 55 again for Johnny Campbell. Just holding off Ryan Gibson. But Mike Brown is on the charge. Mike Brown is starting to hunt down Ryan Gibson, so he's going to have to do something about Ross Irwin pretty quickly.
Carl Phillips, the only rider in the 54.5. Again, that time at so smooth.
Unbelievable. You think about it, Jack, Carl Phillips is nearly half a second a lap quicker than Johnny Campbell. Nearly identical machines. We'll watch Carl coming out of this hairpin. Just look how steady this Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine is. Coming on the start and finish straight, just hovering the front wheel over the ground while he's banging over. Oh, it's poetry in motion.
Beautiful.
Further back in, Aaron Spence going well there, holding off third place and a bit of a gap back to Ross Irwin. And Ryan Gibson comes in behind. But look at the Ducati. That's Luke Jones on Paul Jordan. Luke Jones up the inside on the SBT Ireland Ducati. He's taking no prisoners here.
Carl Phillips again, 54.4, 99.989 miles per hour.
Fastest lap after fastest lap.
4 out of 5 laps, Carl Phillips is the fastest.
He's just feeling his way, he's feeling the bike, he feels comfortable, and he's going to push it to the limit.
So Ryan Gibson 56 that time, Aaron Spence 56, Mike Brown and Paul Jordan
So just a reminder, another call for the Supersport Cup race, please, to the whole round. Supersport Cup to the whole round. Ross Irwin starting to pull away from Ryan Gibson now. But further down, Michael Sweeney with Jamie Land, Paul Jordan, Michael Sweeney. So we've lost Luke Jones somewhere, so Luke Jones is no longer in this race, unfortunately.
He's down to 14th.
Down to 14th now for Luke Jones. Again, so easy to run wide here at this track, especially the Colonials and the Hairpin. So Carl Phillips breaking it once again for the Hairpin. Not machine out on the start line. Across the line, he's starting to steady himself off now, a 54.6. Johnny Campbell that time round, a 55.0.
Well, when you think 54.6, that's not the 54.4.
Paul Jordan is trying to keep the front end down on that far end. You can see he's trying to get a wee bit closer to Mike Brown. Paul Jordan that time actually, Paul Jordan posted a 56.2 compared to Mike Brown's 56.7, so he could actually be in contention of stealing this 6th place off Mike Brown. So another call for the Supersport Cup class, please. Another call for the Supersport Cup. So an incident there. We've got a red flag, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Got a red flag. So this race will be stopped. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a red flag situation, unfortunately, and the machine's glad to hear the rider is up. So an incident there at the start and finish, coming on the start and finish line. So it's good to see the rider is up and okay. So we'll get the machines back round to us here. There's only 2 laps to go of that one, Jack.
So I'm assuming we're over 3/4 race distance. Technically would be classed as a finish. I'm only assuming that, folks. We just wait for the start of the course. Give us and the marshals waiting until there's no bikes left on the course, just to go out and assist with the clearing up of the track. So will you give us a few minutes, folks, there, and we get back to you as soon as we have more information for you. The bike looks very second hand. So this is the Supersport Cup race.
See them scrambling there to get the tire warmers off.
Francesco Ferraldo on the left hand side, on the Ducati, Gary Wilson, Ryan McElroy and Patrick Mee are your front four. Andy Farr, Dean Graham, Lee McGavock and Declan Harvey.
William Young heading out there. He's riding the Mad Bros Supersport machine. So again, different material for William Young this season, and a great team behind him.
Where's that 127?
Francesco Ferraldo. Cool, calm and collected character, I have to say. I did have lunch with him earlier on, well, half a toasty. So thanks to Wendy Hull. It was lovely, and I wasn't going to leave the other half behind. So the machine's on their warm-up lap, scrubbing the tires in well. Good shooting there for Gary Wilson as well, second on the grid. Again, Gary with competing in the IMC Championship for a couple of years. And it's good to see him back on track. I think he had a run with one of Wilson Craig's machines as well.
Lee McGavock, another bike that looks really well turned out. Gareth there, and the third row number 3.
Yeah, it's nearly like it's is it the Martini? You like there, the Beamer?
Yeah, no, not Martini. No, it's definitely not the Martini. I can't remember what.
I can't remember what it is.
So there, we watch for the green. No, they're still assembling the grids there on row 4. So the grid marshal races back. We watch the green flag. Up it goes. Watch the lights. Who gets the start? And away they go.
Oh, Andy Farrell! There's no launch control there, Andy. Nearly forgot himself. And I can't tell you how difficult it is to, especially when you're in the middle of the field, to hear your own machine. You know, you're trying to listen to your own bike and drop the clutch just at the perfect time. But you think with a man of his experience,
Wouldn't you?
So through the chicane then, the leaders. So keep an eye on. Just can't see. Oh, Francesco Ferraldo in the lead in this race then on that V2 Ducati. The Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine in the lead, but only just as they all bunch up at the hairpin. Oh, there are all sorts of shapes at the hairpin, round the outside, up the inside, move over.
Ronaldo from Gary Wilson at 25 for second. Patrick Mee for Ryan McElroy 4. Jamie Dixon 5th. Andy Farr 6th. Lee McGavock 7th. Dean Graham 8th. William Young 9th. And Barry Gaston completing the top 10. And he is in the Supersport Cup as well. Oh, sorry, he's all Supersport Cup.
Declan Harvey 11th, 12th. Reese Williamson. Lee Hillen 13th, 14th. Dale Leggett 15th. Owen McGlynn. Kirkistown in 16th, David Duffy 17th, 18th, Lewis Crompton, Gareth Dunlop 19th, 20th, Jimmy Sloan.
Looks like Gary Wilson is taking the lead.
Gary Wilson on a charge now into the hairpin, but can he hold it? Watch the torque of this V2 Ducati exiting the hairpin here and getting right on the back end. He's a wee bit of a gap there for Gary Wilson on that Suzuki. Oh, for all the right up with him once again. Can he outdo him? He moves over left hand side for Colonial 1. Gary Wilson has the line and he's able to hold it.
Yes. Fernando see if they've got a bit wide, but Gary Wilson there, 101.830. Gary Wilson's best time is qualifying 102.410, so he's better that time already on lap 2, 101.8. So it's Wilson, Feraldo, Nee, McElroy, Farr, McGavock, Dixon, Graham, Young, and completing the top 10 is Declan Harvey.
Oh, Gary Wilson really on a charge here. He's pulling away, hand over fist from Francesco Feraldo. And third place man Patrick Nee as well. So Patrick Nee, and look at Andy Farrell. After that woeful of a start that he had, he's starting to claw it back up. Keep an eye on Andy Farrell's times. That last lap was a 103.0, and he looks like he's clawed in Ryan McElroy here. Leaders across the line, and there's Andy Farrell. So a 102.6, still slightly off the pace there, but he did well to claw them times back up.
Gary Wilson, 101.421, the fastest lap of the race so far. The gap between him and Feraldo is 0.8, almost 0.9 of a second.
Back at the leader's end through the chicane. And it definitely looked Patrick Nee is closing that gap. Last time round it was 1.1 seconds, but you can see he's physically pulled that back in again as they go past the pit lane cafe behind us here. Once again heading for the brakes into the hairpin. Andy Farrell still in that 5th place. Lee McGavock on that lovely CBR 600 Honda in 6th. Here we go then, Gary Wilson across the line on the Suzuki. And look at this now, the race is on between Patrick Nee, 0.2 of a second. He's clawed back, right back up to Francesco Ferraro. Across the line then.
Patrick Nee, 101.482, that time Ferrando 102.5.
Another rider on the move then is William Young on Declan Harvey as they cross the line there, but keep a close eye on Jamie Dixon, number 77. He always comes to the party late on.
And Patrick Nee is right on the tailpipe of Ferrando. As he committed chicane.
He got it a wee bit out of shape there going into the chicane. I think he lost the front end there, but he's still pushing on.
Look at the newcomer, McElroy.
Ryan McElroy up in the 4th place.
Yeah. 102 for a newcomer.
He's really, really pushing. Oh, we've got a red flag. With another red flag, unfortunately.
Here's a message from Russ. Jesus, Jackie, you're like.
Jack just getting a message there. We're more like car park attendees than commentators. Just for anyone wondering or wanting to know, we are streaming this live up here from the commentary box on our YouTube channel, Commentary Corner. If you want to tune in, a few messages coming through, and a big shout out. There's a name I haven't seen in a while, Donk Patton. So shout out to Donk Patton. He's working away in his garage in Coleraine. Thanks for watching, guys. Tune in. Don't forget to subscribe and all that there.
Yeah, so we're going to run a full twin.
So again, just a reminder: the Super Twins and Production Twins are up next. Again, if you can make your way to Holden as quickly as you can. Not a bad move, Jack. What do you reckon?
Exactly. It gives the lads a chance to get back in, calm down a wee bit. You know, get theirs back down. But I'm assuming it's going to be complete new race in 4 laps. I'm assuming that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, this would be, it's 1 + 10 for this, so we're still running full distance at this second Super Cup part of the Big 3 series.
Ready to go here again.
Yeah, it's running. Just wondering about the time situation. You know, 'cause there's 10 to 4. You know, the time is it's flew in today. You know, but just shocking. I don't look at the time anymore. Remember, you shouted at me one time. We were up here at Kirkiston. He said, I was checking my watch. He said, don't look at your watch.
After this race, they're going to run it 4 laps. After this Super Twin race, they're going to run that previous race 4 laps there. Go ahead.
So just hearing there, the Supersport Cup will be run after this Super Twin and Production Twin, and it will be over 4 laps. So it'll be a 4-lap sprint race for the Supersport Cup class. Just makes it all that wee bit more interesting. For us, maybe not the riders. So the Super Twins getting themselves ready. A couple of riders just going out and testing a few bits and pieces on their Supersport machines.
The gate is open, no one ever had out the gate like a light.
Yeah, no hanging about there.
No.
Kyle Cross on the Airport Road Circle K filling station machine. Number 99. Peter Willis.
Elaborate the winner of race 1 in this class earlier on. So again, a 10-lapper.
Yeah, 1 warm up, 10 laps. So I'm sure they've enough fuel in their machines to do this 10 lapper. So don't forget, guys, this is the Big 3 Series President Cup race. Of course, the B&D Club do a fantastic series of their own, championship of their own, sponsored by Charles Hurst Motorcycles. Dean McMaster lining up in the grid. He lines up in 3rd position. Kyle Cross taking his position there in 7th. And Chalky lines up just ahead of him there in 6th place.
So the grid for this race is determined by the results from race 1. Elaborate won the race, didn't he? Yeah.
So here we'll have to keep an eye on Joe Loughlin as well. He's over this side of the wall this time.
So Francesco busy looking at the front end of his Ducati there.
So here we go then. Green flag goes up, toe to watch the lights, away to go! Oh, big wheel there from Dean McMaster, but Peter Willis gets the whole shot. Dean McMaster tucks right in behind him. You see the front end of that machine just lifting ever so slightly as he tries to bring his left leg. Dean McMaster trying to squeeze up the inside of Peter Willis through Colonials 1, heading towards Fisherman's now.
I don't know whether you noticed that Dean was nudging up off his box there, so I don't know whether the timekeepers have noticed that.
So through Fisherman's End, I'm not sure that's going to matter now. Peter Willis already starting to pull a bit of a gap, but Dean McMaster is going to try everything and anything to stay with him. Listen to that CF Moto machine screaming down past us here. Down into the Hurricane then. Back on the start and finish. Still Peter Willis from Dean McMaster. Kevin Lowry up in the third this time, but Robert Liddell, Christian Elkin right on his tail, and he holds it through the letters. Look at the determination of Dean McMaster as he backs it into Colonials. There's a nice tight line, someone way wide there. That looked like Christian Elkin running a wee bit wide through Colonials 1.
You know, talking to Kevin Lowry, Garrett, I think I said this earlier on there, that there's parts of the course there where the wind is actually catching them, and you know yourself there, as you're tipping into Colonial 1 there, it goes very, very open in that section of the course.
Yeah, it opens right up there. You have to remember too, different firms on these machines as well. If you look at the front of Kevin Lowry's machine, he's got the bigger style bubble at the front of it, and it's probably for the road races to keep him, you know, well tucked into the machine. But the likes of tracks, I guess, where they're slightly slower, you'll feel the wind a lot more with that firm. So Peter Willis in the lead then. McMaster, Christian Elkin. So Christian Elkin one way from the previous lap, and the red mist is down now, and he's starting to push.
Peter Willis the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, almost exactly 1 minute 0.
You can see there, Jack, he's not getting away as quickly as what he did in the first race this morning.
Elkin there to see him forward now ahead of Lowry and
Again, you can see Dean McMaster, the back end of that machine moving about underneath him. But look at Christian Elkin. Christian Elkin is on a charge now. The gap back from McMaster to Elkin the last time was 2.2 seconds when they crossed the line. That is bound to have came down now as Peter Willis comes back on the start and finish straight. Dean McMaster getting well tucked in that. Dean McMaster crosses the line. Christian Elkin, the gap is 1.2. Christian Elkin with the fastest lap at 59.2 across the line. So another incident there, but it was a yellow flag waved at the chicane there at the minute. So the marshals doing their job, and this might bring everybody back into the contention here. Peter Willis, first machine through in that yellow flag section. Christian Elkin backing it into the chicane. He acknowledges the yellow flags there and powers back out, but Peter Willis pulled another bit of a gap. Christian Elkin using the torque of that Aprilia.
Robert Waddell ahead of Kevin Lowry, James Trough there in 6th.
Oh, with another red flag, unfortunately. Another red flag, ladies and gentlemen.
Clyde.
Yeah, Billy McKinstry, he's been a wee bit more active on social media this past couple of weeks, or a couple of months should I say, so I think it was inevitable that he was going to get a bike back out on the track.
He got the injection.
Yes. Funny you say that, there's been an awful lot of talk about the Tigcraft machine that he had. Tigcraft, Ivan Linton rode it, and a few other riders. Cleaned up with Scarborough and all with it, and it was some piece of kit. It was just a frame, Tigcraft frame with the R650 engine on it, and I think they were deemed illegal then after a wee while of using them.
Billy's been around paddocks a long time. I remember going back even as far as the 80s there with Sam McClements and Johnny Ray on the FZR7, at the time the old Formula 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sam rode at the TT and Johnny Ray rode at the Ulster.
We would have got our race fuel off Billy as well. He was the elf man. Peter Willis again, he used to do it all over again.
It's just a splash and no, this is an 8, what's 1 and 7, so 7 lapper.
Dean McMaster, he's seen what Willis is capable of close up and personal. Christian Elgin but determined if he can get a good lap, a good start this time round. He posted the fastest lap there just before his red flag, so he's in with a good chance of this one if he can get that machine off the line. The green flag is waved at the back. Don't know what's happening there.
There's a bit of confusion there.
There's a wee bit of confusion with riders at BMW.
Matthew McCord there on the BMW. Striker, of course, is pushing the bike. He thinks he's in the, he should have been a grid ahead of him.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure. This is a bit of confusion here is right. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do here again. They're gonna do another warm-up lap. So the tires are getting cold, the engines are getting hot, and it's just a recipe for disaster. So one warm-up lap. Good call there from the clerk of the course.
It's amazing, Garrett, those, what, 2-3 minutes there hold up on the line, how quick the temperature has gone down. They were down, the track temperature down to 80 degrees. It was 20 earlier on.
Yeah, it was up 22 degrees earlier. And now it's down to 18, and the tires, they would cool down even quicker, even sitting on that cooler tarmac. So the wise move to give them another sight or another warm-up lap.
WD-06.
Yes, yeah. All their cars are 06 WD-06. Yeah.
Steve Hank got better than it. You saying to me as well?
Yeah, so I think there's a wee bit of confusion just with the grid positions. It does say in the programs lap times from race 1 will form a grid for race 2, but I don't know, because remember we were talking about Joe Loughlin was against the pit wall for this one, but apparently now he's been told he's in the wrong position, but he's forming back up in the same position again, and McCord is just pulling in front of him. So
Joe Loughlin moved to the outside.
Yep, so Joe Loughlin. Oh well, he's up another one, so you can't complain with that, Jack.
No, he got the benefit of that.
He did. So, and as you say, but here we go then, the green flag again is shown. They're told to watch the lights, and away they go. That's a great start there for McMaster. McMaster gets the whole shot. Peter Willis.
Look at Elgin go around the outside as he tried the outside.
Peter Willis is getting pushed out wide through Deaders, but he sets it up and through Colonials. It looks like Willis in second place then, but McMaster leading this Super Twin race. Far better start that time from McMaster as he tips into the chicane. Willis in that second place.
Elkin third. Is that Laverty in fourth?
It looks like Laverty indeed in the slipstream. Now up Kirsten Elgin, up the back straight. Elgin a lot closer now to Peter Willis. They've got their eye in. They know what Willis is all about. Back out onto the side. After Peter Willis, Kirsten Elgin, Kevin Roberts, James Chuck, Robert Liddell, Joseph Lockwood, Kyle Cross, and Dave Place, Michael Clyde, Alexander Rowan, Owen Everard, Matthew McCord, Matthew Watson, Stuart Mason, Dave Walsh, Dave Liddy, and Dave Scott, all the Daves down there, and Dara Vint with Callum O'Brien. So another call for the Supersport Cup race, the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area for your 4-lap sprint race.
Still big milestone at 35 minutes. Elkin closing in, coming into the hairpin. Does he go to the inside?
Oh, Elkie.
Will he hold him off?
I think he was looking away around the outside, but he just stood or sat back a wee bit and allowed Willis.
And Elkin is up in the second close. Laverty is fourth, Christian Elkin the fastest. Oh! He passes and shuts the door on him.
Shuts the door, he slammed it in his face as they tipped into Deaders there. Out of Colonials too.
Kevin Laverty hitting their limiter.
Door on the wee bike there. Alexander Road leads the production twins at the minute. Second place is Ocean Walsh, followed by David Scott in third, Dar Vint fourth, and Callum O'Brien in fifth in the production twins.
Oh, they're mixing it now, Gareth.
Oh, coming into the store right now. This is going to change everything. They're going to catch them coming out of the hairpin.
And the last lap flag will be ready now.
So another call for the Supersport Cup class to the holding area as soon as you can. Coming out of the hairpin then. They'll get them before Deaders, no doubt. Elgin goes to the right. Oh, Peter Willis goes to the left. Steve McMaster, he's got the line. Steve McMaster holds on to that second place, but only just. Peter Willis is trying everything to close it down here. Kevin Laverty still in that fourth place. Robert Waddell in fifth. Joseph Loughlin in sixth. James Chalk, Kyle Cross, Alexander Rowan always having a good battle there. Alexander Rowan leading the production. Back to the leader. After the chicane. Coming out the chicane. Elkie hasn't been able to get away from he got past. He thought he was going to be able to pull a wee bit of a gap, but he's got good torque coming out of the chicane. Plenty of experience, especially on the last lap here. Coming out of the hairpin then. Can he get the power down early enough? He looks like he's done enough. Christian Elgin takes the win from Peter Willis. He got the better of Dean McMaster at the hairpin. Kevin Laverty comes in fourth place from Robert Waddell across the line in fifth. Joe Loughlin then gets the better. James Chuck and Guy Cross. And we're waiting for
Alexander Rowan has got the production twin race. So the next one, the production twins, is Ushy and Walsh.
So Alexander Rowan coming across the line now, takes the jacket flag and the win in the production class. A little further back there, Matthew McCord wasn't able to get the better of Michael Clyde at the end, but Owen Everard, number 74, comes in 10th place, just ahead of Clyde.
Good scrap between those three. Owen getting better in the last lap. He was 11th there for the last couple of laps. Second in the production twins is Ushy and Walsh. We wait for David Scott. And from Darren Vint. So they were obviously the slow riders that were lapped. So the official results: Christian Elkin from Peter Willis, 3rd was Dean McMaster, 4th Kevin Lavery, 5th Robert Waddell, 6th Joe Loughlin, 7th James Chalk, 8th was Kyle Cross, Alexander Owen 9th, Owen Everard 10th, Michael Scheid 11th, Matthew McCord 12th, Stuart Hession 13th, Matthew Watson 14th, Oisin Walsh 15th, 2nd in the production twins, and Dave Walsh, Dave Liddy, 3rd in the production twins was David Scott, and then Darragh Vint was in 4th.
Another great race there, Jack and Chris Nagin. It was nearly as if he planned the whole thing. The restarts, fluffing it on the line, and he just made it work for him on that last. Of course, when it needed to work for him. And again, that's all down to experience. That bike of Chris Nagin, the torque pull down that chicane. Peter Willis just couldn't do anything about it, but he got the better of Dean McMaster on the last lap. What was that again?
Missed that. There's a man in the audio only going now.
Oh, really?
Race control to Jack, commentary come please.
Roger, go ahead.
Victor X-ray Zulu 3386, come in that car, removed immediately.
Victor X-ray Zulu 3386.
That is correct.
So Paddy, we need a car moved immediately. VXZ, Victor X-ray Zulu 3386. So Victor X-ray Zulu 3386 needs to be moved immediately, please.
So next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the Supersport Cup. Remember, 4-lapper, a proper sprint race this one. So if they want to get anywhere near that podium, they have to be on it straight from the start. And that will be followed by the lightweight Moto 3 class. So lightweight and Moto 3 straight after the Supersport Cup. And don't forget, Supersport Cup is only 4 laps, so you have to, lightweight and Moto 3, be on your A game and be in the holding area as quickly as you can. As soon as these machines leave pit lane, you make your way down.
This is the message. Part 2 of the Supersport Cup race. So it's 1 plus 4.
Radio operator.
She's very colourful looking, the bike, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely colour scheme.
So the pit lane is now closed. moment. The lightweight and Moto 3, please.
So the machines, Jack, they're really going to have to bite the screen on this one. 4 laps, it doesn't give them an awful lot of time to settle down.
I know the interesting to see does Ferraldo get that Ducati off the grid early compared to the race 1 or part 1 of this race.
Yeah, Gary Wilson was really on a charge with that Suzuki. The Ducati just struggling that wee bit. Again, a completely different riding style needed for these Ducatis, and I'm sure the Suzuki isn't too far away.
It's Brian McElroy. Great to see a newcomer Garrett on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, he's obviously taken to it like a duck to water. Lee McGavick just moving over to the pit. This will give Andy Farrell another chance as well.
As long as he doesn't fluff the start this time.
No.
He needs some ammunition to give him a bit of stick over.
He could drag that clutch a wee bit more, couldn't he? That's easy for us to say up here, isn't it?
Yeah. William Young there in the Mad Bros colour scheme.
Yeah.
Always looks well, Garrett, in that Mad Bros team.
Lovely, well turned out bikes all the time. Gary McCoy previously riding for them, but here we go, they're told to watch the lights. Revs go up and away we go! Oh, great start there from Francesco. Francesco Ferraldo. Does he get the whole shot? He does indeed, but only just.
Someone left there on the grid, I didn't see who that was.
Got a bit of a late comer there.
Yeah.
But they're away now, and that's the main thing. So all through Colonials 1 and 2, heading for Fisherman's then.
So lightweight and Moto 3, please, to the assembly area. Lightweight and Moto 3.
So it looks like Francesco still in the lead of this one, tipping into the chicane, but Gary Wilson is right with him. Ferraldo's going to have to get the power on nice and early, and he does. So he's starting to pull a wee bit of a gap now, heading down the straight, but it's all done on the brakes here at Kirkiston. Cracker start there for young Ciara Cahoon as well. She's running midfield there at the minute. Great company. Oh, Gary Wilson up the inside of Ferraldo. Oh, Ferraldo will replace it later. And up the inside at Darren. I'm sure Gary Wilson didn't expect that happening. Patrick Lee in third. Lee McGavin into the fourth place. Ryan McElroy in fifth. Andy Farrell in sixth. Seventh, Barry Gaston. Jimmy Dixon in eighth. Ninth is William Young. And 10th, Declan Harvey.
And then we have Dean Graham in 11, Lee Hillen in 12th. Owen McLean in 13, Dale League in 14, Ciara Cahoon in 15, Johnny Davey 16, Garrett Dunlop 17, Adam Reardon 18, Rhys Williams in 19, and completing the top 20, Jamie Sloan. Another of the newcomers. It's great to see Ryan McElroy in 5th place. Oh, look at him now, he's up in the forward. And there's somebody looks at me, it's Lee McGavick. He went by McGavick there, very simple.
Lee McGavick was heading for Portavogie there, right off the track, but he was able to hold it and back onto the black stuff. But he's dropped way down the order now. Gary Wilson and Ferraldo. Side by side once again. Nearly come to blows. But look at Patrick Lee. Patrick Lee right up into third place. He posts the fastest lap of 102.5. Next time round, they're going to have the last lap flag out.
Ferraldo was digging deep there, Garrett.
He was digging deep. He is nearly in China with the move that he made there.
And he's still holding his nose in front as they head towards the chicane, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders together.
Oh, look, they're all concertining up now. This last lap has brought them all together while Ferraldo and Wilson battle it out at the front, but Ferraldo even with the V2 power. Watch Wilson on the brakes into this hairpin. Oh, was able to get it stopped. Did Wilson run wide there? It looked like there was a
yes,
bit of a messy move. So here we go, last lap time. Feraldo in the lead from Wilson. Ryan McElroy has now posted the fastest lap of 101.9.
And he's up in the third. He's in the third. And Deaders. And McFarlane is up in the fifth. Lee McGavock 6. Barry Gaston 7. William Young 8. Declan Harvey 9th. And Jamie Dixon completing the top 10.
Ciara Cahoon up into 14th place now. Again, first time on that machine. Here we go, tipping into the chicane.
Splendid looking machine.
It is indeed.
It is a
lovely
well
colour
torn out,
scheme.
in fairness.
And so's this machine of Francesco Feraldo. And he's starting to pull away now, but keep an eye on Ryan McElroy. He could end up getting the better of Gary Wilson here on this last lap, last corner. Tip it into the apex, get the power on, get the bike stood up on the fat part of the tire. It's going to be Feraldo.
Yes.
It is indeed. Feraldo took away, but look at Patrick Nee. Patrick Nee gets the better of Gary Wilson and posts the fastest lap of 101.2 for Patrick Nee. Coming from fourth right up there to steal that second place off Gary Wilson.
He literally stalled it on the line. Ryan McElroy 4, Andy Farr 5th, Lee McGavock 6th, Barry Gaston 7, William Young 8th, Declan Harvey 9, Jamie Dixon completes the top 10 on a cracking finish. Short and sweet, Gareth, but worth it.
Short and sweet is right. Bit like yourself, Jack. Jimmy Dixon 10, Dean Graham in 11th, 12th is Lee Hillen, Owen McGlynn in 13th, Ciara Cahoon 14th, Johnny Davey 15th, Dale Liggett in 16th, 17th, Gareth Dunlop, Jamie Sloan in 18th, and Adam Riordan in 19th. So again, another call for the lightweight and Moto 3 machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. And then that will be followed by the Moto 1s. These two races over 8 laps.
Awesome.
Nice.
Remember I was saying earlier on about my cars, it must be on the mic. My wife says, it's not your car, it's my car. It actually says, my grandson. That's your car. Look, look at that part in front of me.
So the Moto 3 machines lining up, ready for their race. Ciara Cahoon running down after that Supersport race.
Roger, Billy Joe, that's the bike now back in.
After that race, I don't think I'd be running. I'd be looking one of them paddock trolleys to bring me down.
The next race, could I have your call, please?
But to talk about different riders, you know, years ago I used to run 125s, 600s, Superbikes, all one, and for Ciara to jump off the 600 onto that Moto 3 machine,
Huge,
you know, it's
huge difference.
Huge difference. It's not easy. It probably, but for the rider, sitting on the bike, getting used to the feel of it, maybe give it a good hard run in the warm-up lap, and that usually settles them down back into pace. Boyd has already over the rest of the lightweight machines. Of course, that'll all change in corrected time here. So across the line there, Alfie Flynn. Alfie Flynn with a huge lead now. Something must have happened at the hairpin. And they disappeared behind them. Melvin's Ruben Sherman going across the line and leading this lightweight Supersport class. Finn Stevens then as Dale Hyland. So Dale Hyland moves up into second.
Buster Sherman Boyd in third in the lightweight Supersport. Hubert Thomas Wesky is in fourth. Alfie Flynn as the nose in front of Matt Davison. Robert O'Neill is third, Nigel Moore fourth, Gary Jordan fifth, and Kirkistown sixth. Up the back they come. Oh, just look at Flynn.
Massive lead now over Matt Davison. So Robert O'Neill in that third place in the Moto 3 class.
Sherman Boyd already almost on the back end of the.
Out of the chicane. Look at Alfie Flynn. Absolutely something else. This young fella and Matt Davison is getting up behind.
Sherman Boyd the fast about 103.151.
Look at Alfie Flynn's time, a 104.7 compared to the second place Moto 3 machine Matt Davison with a 107.8. He's pulling literally seconds on him each lap. Reuben Sherman Boyd leading the lightweight Supersport over Dale Hyland.
There's our leader through the chicane. Still Jim leading the Moto 3 class. Matt Davison in a steady second. Look at Sherman Boyd.
He's starting to chew through the Moto 3s now.
He's up at fifth overall on the road.
So Robert O'Neill is next on the menu for Reuben Sherman Boyd as he tips into the hairpin. But the leader on the road, Alfie Flynn, making his way past us here. 104.7, very consistent times. Nearly identical times. Reuben Sherman Boyd still in lead. All the Moto 3s away through. Alfie Flynn, Matt Davison, Robert O'Neill, Nigel Moore, Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan slots into fifth place. Kirkistown in sixth. Hubert Tomaszewski away past there. He's currently fifth in the lightweight Supersport class.
So the two Sherman brothers are first and third in the lightweight Supersport.
Right in the chicane then. Alfie Flynn.
Nearly the whole length of the back straight. And look at Sherman Boyd is up in the second now on that.
Starting to chase in the two IMC championship runners as well. I'm pretty sure Alfie Flynn actually have a stint in European championships in the mini bikes as well. So
I just see Vinnie Brennan's son, remember Vinnie won the championship in European championship number of years. His son had a win on the second in England at the weekend.
he doesn't hang about.
Young Cody. Sherman Boyd again, fast again, 102.
Great battle further down the field there. Kirkistown just in behind there. And in the mix, Gary Jordan, Nigel Moore and Robert O'Neill. We'll keep a close eye on that battle. Kirkistown.
So half distance gone in this 8-lapper. So Moto 1 please, the assembly area, Moto 1.
So Flynn, man past the back straight, getting chased by Reuben Sherman Boyd. But the Moto 3 race further back.
They're going right into the evening sun as the setting, Gareth.
Yeah, but difficult enough to see there, and it's only going to get worse. Matt Davison, there's O'Neill and Gary Jordan making a move on Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore trying his best to squeeze Gary Jordan out. But Gary repays the favour, coming out the chicane and out drags Nigel Moore to the hairpin. Back out onto the start and finish straight. So Matt Davison has a wee bit of work to do as Robert O'Neill is starting to chase it down. Gary Jordan sits behind the screen as best he can. Screen as best he can.
Sherman Boyd 102.626. Sherman Boyd 102.626. He's still not hanging around. He's still not hanging around. Gareth,
He
5 laps
just
gone.
keeps pushing to the limit.
Gareth,
He
5 laps
just
gone.
keeps pushing to the limit. And again, it's a racer's mentality. Although the rider in front is in a different class, it doesn't matter. He has to get past. Although the rider in front is in a different class, it doesn't matter. He has to get past. So he's pushing to the limit, fastest lap after fastest lap this weekend. I would just wait to see if Matt Davison can hold on to that second place.
Yes, it looks Looks very much like him.
Looks pretty comfortable across the line then. Matt Davidson takes second off. Gary Jordan wasn't able to get the better of Robert O'Neill, and Robert O'Neill takes the last step of the podium. Dale Hyland across the line, second in the lightweight Supersport, followed by Finn Stevens in third, and Buster Sherman Boyd then in fourth place.
Missed out, they were the opposite way around on the previous lap, so John Stevens got the better of Buster Sherman Boyd to divide the two brothers, the first and the third in the lightweight Supersport. But Kira Cahoon finished fifth, Nigel Moore sixth, and then in fourth place in the was Buster Sherman Boyd in the lightweight Supersport, Hubert Thomas Resky in fifth, Marley Brown in sixth, and Ross Quinn back in seventh place.
That's first race results, and we're into the second half eventually. So
I tell you what, you know.
Might be breaking up there, Sam. Try again.
So the Super Twins are finished.
Yeah.
Roger, listen out there, DJ, for Sam Dunlop. Go ahead, Sam. DJ, Sam here.
He's out now.
You're in for coverage there.
So notice to the paddock. We're at that stage of today. Richard is looking at his transponders back. In the Super Twin class, Jack Mears, number 86. Jack, would you be so kind to return your transponder to Richard? The 3 race. It's just finished. Alfie Flynn. He also needs to return his transponder when he gets a few minutes. The team gets a few minutes.
So there sounds the klaxon.
take Jack Mears off that list.
Okay, Richard, thank you.
So thanks very much, Jack Mears. We're handing the transponder back. Swift and efficient. That's the way we like it.
So, Gareth, we look at the results of race 1 for the Moto 1, an absolutely thrilling race between Joel Hare and William Graham. Joel got the win by 0.48 of a second, less than half a second. Riley Brown was third, Harley Smith fourth, Paige Mullen fifth, and Andrew McCrum was in sixth. So it was really tight, Gareth. They were basically touching paint as they went down by his hair a couple of times.
They were literally shoulder to shoulder as they made their way down past us here. I did have to hold my breath a couple of times. Daniel Matheson going to have a spin out on his BMW 1000RR. So it's not a really big, fast Moto 1 machine if you do see him going through.
This is an 8-lapper, and again, Crown Prince of Kirkiston, the Supersport class, plays the assembly area. So William Graham, despite finishing 0.48 of a second behind Joel Hare, got the fastest lap, 111.154. So we wait in anticipation for another tight finishing race.
I think we're nearly guaranteed that Jack, the way today has been going. So a fantastic grid of Moto 1 machines this season. Plenty of newcomers. 8 newcomers in 10 newcomers this season into the class, and it's great to see.
Again, the feeder of the pit bikes, Gareth, as we spoke about it earlier on, it's absolutely huge for this end of the sport. When we look at some of those young riders that are out there, when you look at the Sherman Boyens there, all those riders coming through that pit bike class over the years, paying massive dividends, and fair play to all in the IMC for the hard work they do.
Absolutely, and to build them up into this class, and the Team Wood Academy as well, helping out the young ones getting up and going. And it's priceless what they're doing. We were just through a basket and away you go.
Yes. So still a bit more confusion with the grids. Of course, the grids for the second race for each class is determined on the results of the first race.
So it looks like they're ready to go. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up, and away they go. Oh, William Graham with a cracker on the start there. William Graham just give it stacks off the line and drop the clutch, and it has seemed to work for him. 5, 6, 7 bike lengths in the lead already as he tips in through Colonials 1, axing through Colonials 2. We'll see, it was one of our, may have been Paige Mullen perhaps, right up there as well on the pointy end through Fisherman's.
And I think William Graham definitely getting the whole chop. But look at the drive out of that corner. Is that Joel Hare?
That's Joel Hare. It is indeed. You can't mistake in that pit job. Yes. In the slipstream now of William Graham. Moving over to the right hand side. Joel trying to make a move up the inside at the hairpin.
And he does.
He does. Does he make it stick? But in through, tipping the apex and out the other side. He does indeed. So Joel Hare in the lead of this race. He's going to want to dominate this race because William Graham's right in behind him now. And it was Riley Brown. So Riley Brown in that third place from Andrew McCrum. It's Mullen in 5th. David Scott in 6th. 7th is Jay Coates. 8th Harley Smith. 9th is Mitchell McNeil. 10th Cooper Cahoon. Davy Chambers in 11th. 12th is Brandon Kavanagh. Alan Musgrove 13th. Thomas McGurrahan and Annabelle O'Neill.
So the second at Tiandas is in 9th place. That's Mitchell McNeil. With the third one, Cooper Calhoun. And these are all part of the Team Wood Youth Academy. But look, William Graham, he slipped up a bit further back than he was in race 1. Definitely, Joel Hare has pulled the pin already.
Joe's taking no prisoners this time round. He has to get away from the toe of William Graham. As you said, the lap times didn't sort of add up in the first race there compared to their qualifying session, but this is looking a lot sharper this time round. Joel Hare across the line, 1:10.0, that's more like it. William Graham 1:11.0. Second trucker on that lap, Riley Brown across the line, 1:13.0. David from Paige Mullen in that group there, having a good battle.
Whenever Joel Hare did, William Graham was 1:11 for the fast lap in the last race, and already Joel Hare in lap 2 was a 1:10.
So an easy second, faster from the previous race.
Yeah, Joel did a 1:11 as well, 1:11.163. William Graham 1:11.154.
Oh, and see there with one of the Toyota machines just misfiring down past us here. Didn't quite get who that was. It was Brandon Kennedy, was it? Away through there.
Annabelle O'Neill went through.
down the order.
There's a leader coming out of the hairpin. Joel Hare definitely 1.3 the last time. What's it this time? Oh, 2.2, Garrett.
Down again, lap times again, 109.9 for Joel Hare. William Graham at 110.9, so he's took a lump out of his lap times as well. But it's not going well enough. Joel Hare is on a mission this time. He's out to prove a point, Jack.
Yes, and Page Mullen up in the 4th place, another newcomer. Andrew McCrum 5th. Jake Holmes in 6th. Harry Smith 7th. David Scott 8th. Mitchell McNeil 9th. And Davey Chambers in 10th.
That's a great run there for Paige Mullen on the Boss E racing machine. The number 933 up into 4th place now. She was having a good battle with Andrew McCrum there. Jay Coates, our teammate as well, up into 6th. But poor, it looks like Brandon Kavanagh, unfortunately, out of this one.
Don't like that touring around the whole circuit.
No, no. Best thing to do, if the bike's not right, to pull it straight in, the safest option. So that's the Moto. Joel Hare with a huge lead now.
Faster again, 109. He's not 2 seconds off his race 1. Page Mullen still in 4th. From 5th, Jay Coates 6th, so top 6 still the same. And the gap now between Hare and Graham 4.35, so
Just another reminder for the Supersport machines to the holding area. This is for the Prince of Kirkiston, Crown Prince of Kirkiston, for the Big 3 Series Supersport race. Over 10 laps, remember, ladies and gentlemen. So Joel Hare with a huge lead, half of the length of the back straight now over William Graham. Breaking into the hairpin, running nice big wide lines, 2-stroke lines as some people would call them. In and out of the hairpin, making the most of the track.
and that's lap 5 complete. So Joel's still going faster.
That's faster again from Joel Hare. Just wondered, has he a pit board? Does he know he's got that lead? Again,
Nearly 6.5 seconds now in front. There's Brandon Kennedy there.
Brandon Kennedy just pulling in. Maybe going out for another wee scalp. Just to test the bike. They might have changed something, there might have been something loose. Go back out, get some sort of lap times.
Looks like he's trying to select gears, Gary.
Just struggling with the gears of that machine, but we're better parking that for the day. So another call for the Supersport machines to the holding area, please. That's the Supersport machines to the holding area. The battle further down the field then. We're looking for Paige Mullen. Just start to pull away now from Jay Coates. So Jay Coates made his way up into 5th place then. Paige Mullen in that comfortable 4th place and still pushing hard. Joel Hare away through William Graham in that lonely 2nd place. But Joel Hare starting to settle himself down. That last lap, hopefully he hasn't made a mistake, but that last lap was a 1:11.0. Still over half a second quicker than William Graham's previous lap. So they've definitely found something in that machine over their break period.
So Andy might get the last lap flag ready. 7.116 for Joel has over William.
Joel already working his way behind us here, behind the pit lane cafe. A battle further back with Andrew McCrum, Hardy Smith, Jay Coates still battling it out for 5th, 6th and 7th place. Paige Mullen still pushing to try and pull away from her teammate Jay Coates. But here we go then, another one in the bag.
A bit early, a lap early.
Ah, I'm going to blame you on that one, Jack.
Sorry. That's that flag there.
Well, they can just keep the momentum.
7.5 seconds there now, so steady toward there's Riley Brown. Page Mullen should be next.
James Mullen looking safe there in that 4th place. Jay Coates starting to break up that wee bit. Harley Smith just starting to drop off the back end of Andy McCrum this time round.
Look at all the newcomers there. 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 101. You know, that's obviously a separate race for the Tianda because it's on our screen here. It's William Graham is leading that, so it's obviously the Tianda Cup.
Different championship. David Chambers just leading that group there. Thomas McGurnahan and Mitchell McNeil. Ella Musgrove away through there in 12th position. So here we go then. Checker flag is out. This time another one for Joel Hare. He's happy with that result. William Graham then across the line in 2nd place. So another call please for the Supersport machines. I think the majority of you, if not all, are already waiting to go. Riley Brown across the line for 3rd. Page Mullen closed that gap a wee bit. It was down to 3.4 seconds just so. She's definitely in with the chance of a podium here.
Yes, she did finish 3rd in the Moto 1.
Jay Coates then just in behind. Andy McCrum in 6th, 7th. Hardy Smith and 8th. David Scott. Davy Chambers across the line then, getting the better of Mitchell McNeil with Thomas McGurnahan in 9th, Chambers in 10th, 11th, McNeil. Ella Musgrove in 12th and 13th, Annabelle O'Neill. So Supersport machines up next, folks, and this is for Crown Prince of Kirkiston, a 10-lapper. Race 12 in your programs, and that sun that is starting to get low now, Jack.
And then race 1, Corey McCreevy had a kind of a handy enough win, 7.8 seconds there, the gap between him and Darren Tweed. In 3rd place was Paul Jordan, 4th was Jeremy Williams, 5th Christian Elkin, and 6th was Mike Brown. And Mike Brown did have a 10-second penalty imposed on him. He was actually lying 2nd on the road or 3rd on the road, but he fought back up with that 10-second penalty.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate that during qualifying he just crossed that line. He actually done it a few times. I don't know whether it was mentioned in Rangers briefing or I'm sure it's in the rule book somewhere, but he did end up with that 10-second penalty, unfortunately.
Just a second check here. Risk control to any radio operator not ready. Could I have your call, please? You all clear there, Billy Joe? It's quite busy here.
So there's the Claxton.
Okay, we're all clear.
Gate should be open shortly. The tyre warmers are coming off. So the fastest lap in race 1 was a 56.307 for Corey McCreevy.
Keep an eye on Jeremy McWilliams as well, and Darrell Tweed if he's able to get that machine off the line and get away ahead with Corey McGreevy. He'll be in with a good chance of this one as well, but Corey's on form today, especially in this Supersport class. Paul Jordan he's just sitting back there chilling. He looked like he was waiting for his granny coming out of the shops.
Again, with the black fairing, black leathers, the Jackson races are normally far more colourful than that.
He hasn't had that bike too long. I think he only got it a couple of weeks ago, maybe. This is probably only his second time riding that Ducati this weekend. Williams again. McWilliams is another one that sort of came out of the blocks a wee bit later. A bit of setup issues during qualifying with that one.
You know, you see the like of Paul Jordan, you know, this will be good track time, getting any little niggles that could be there. Northwest is only around the corner really, isn't it? Then the TT just after that.
Yeah, after this it's sort of it's nearly panic stations, isn't it? It's like, wow, it's Easter weekend.
Oh yeah. So next weekend we have the first round of the Moto Masters, and then a couple of weeks after that we're on the roads at Kirkistown.
It's not long coming round, blink of an eye. Roy McGreevy on pole from Paul Jordan and Mike Brown, then Donald Tweed. Derek Williams then in 5th, Christian Allen 6th, 7th Ross Mirror, Rob McCauley 8th, William Donnelly 9th, 10th is Gary Scott, Reuben Sherman Boyd on the Honda in 11th, Ross Martin in 12th, 13th Graham McAleese, First Cup Riders in 14th is Mark Camlin, followed by Kevin Lavery in 15th, 16th Brett McCowan, 17th Alex O'Grady, 18th Kristen Boyles, 19th Kyle Martin, and 20th is Simon McCullough. McGreevy takes his pole spot on the grid, looks over at Paul Jordan. Mike Brown, now Mike Brown again out to prove himself after that last race.
So there's still grid problems that are made to the back nearly of every class.
Should have stayed in school, kids.
Yes. That's Reuben, that's Sherman Boyd.
It is Sherman Boyd on the Honda. Again, full white fern this year. Another thing I noticed, Paul Cranston isn't on the ex-McAdoo 600. He's opted for his own CBR 600 Honda. There's a lot of finger pointing going on here. The shake of the head at the front. Hope these boys know how to get home.
Sat now is not even walking on the grid.
I'll have to remember that the grid positions are all posted down there in the sign-on window.
From race control, they update us. The bikes are assembling on the grid.
Are they going to go for another warm-up lap at this stage? Track temperature, well, it's back up again to 20 degrees as the sun shines down here. Costa del Kirkiston. So they are one warm-up lap then. You have to remember fuel load as well here, Jack.
Definitely was a problem for someone in the car today. That we do know.
Yeah, I think fuel load has been an issue today for some people, but they have to. Some of these riders are really meticulous, and the likes of the bigger team, the likes of the Jackson Racing team, they could be just measured. You know, you measure out the fuels, probably more so in the smaller machines, but just to save that wee bit of weight.
So we're assuming, Garrett, at this stage that we're going to full 10 laps.
I haven't been told anything different just at the minute.
Back at you.
You're too long a day.
Isn't it?
Start to get stiff. Bloody motorbikes.
It's some wheels.
So here we go once again. Darrell Tweed. He's another cool character, isn't he? He just does his wee thing.
I remember a number of years ago when Andy Farr won the Manx and Darrell won the Manx that year, and we were all over there. Chalky was there. They were all over the Isle of Man for the presentation at the Manx dinner. Oh, what a night we had, I tell you. Oh, serious night.
Say no more, I can imagine.
And they're still at it at the back of the grid.
Aren't they? Larkin just getting pushed there a wee bit further back. You'll not be happy with that.
Coming under starter.
But here we go then. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. The rails go up. And away they go.
Oh, look at Mike Brown on the inside.
Big start there for Mike Brown. But look at Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy shuts the door in Mike Brown's face. Gets the whole shot through Denners. And maybe two bike lengths there in the lead.
That Paul Jordan trying to nip up the inside in third place of Mike Brown.
It looked like it. It looked like he ran just a wee bit wide there. He outbraked himself ever so slightly on that Ducati.
Well, McGreevy definitely got the Kawasaki. Oh, he seemed to really get that off the line, Garrett. It makes a huge difference around here.
Yeah, he really nails them first couple of corners, and that's what you have to do to try and get away. Look at the trouble that Mike Brown's going to get himself in here very soon. There was an incident through chicane, but the leaders are at the hairpin. So through, back on the start and finish straight then, it is Corey McGreevy. Really speed already. Over Mike Brown, Paul Jordan, Chris Nelson into the mix again. 10th, Graham McAleese in 11th, 12th is Gary Scott, and leading the cup class in 13th place is Mark Camlin.
Next behind him is Alex O'Grady, second of the cup riders. Then we've Kyle Martin, and third cup rider Christian Boyle is in 16th place. But look at McGreevy, he's pulled the pin already, Garrett.
He has indeed.
That Kawasaki is really well set up. Jordan and Brown. Jordan tries to make the shift through.
He does, and he moves over up the inside of Brown. Does he make it stick? And he goes in really early. He might have ran wide on the accident will hurt him there. But again, has to stand that V2 to carry up.
Oh, side by side. Yamaha V2.
Oh, side by side through Danners. That's not going to work, guys. That R9 is an absolute rocket ship. In 11th, Gary Scott. 12th, Ross Martin, and leading the cup in 13th is Mark Camlin, just ahead of Alex Grady, and then Kyle Martin in 15th. And they're all starting to bunch back up there from second place to is Jerry McWilliams. He's just tailing off the back end of that group. Paul Jordan pulling away now from Mike Brown already on this lap. And Mike Brown is in serious danger because Christian Alkin is now looking away past. Back on the start and finish straight. Back to Corey McGreevy. Just over 2 seconds was the last stop. 8.3 seconds. Back to Paul Jordan. Mike Brown still holding on to that first place. Christian Alkin is looking seriously racy here today at 36. Darren Tweed is doing what Darren Tweed does. He sits back, he assesses the competition in front, and he's going to plan a move later on in this race.
Corey McGreevy fast lap of the race, and that time 56.443. A little bit slower than he was in the first race.
Paul Jordan, a big long look over his shoulder. Christian Alkin in the slipstream there of Mike Brown, but keep an eye on Darrell Tweed. He's just assessing everything that's going on. Once Christian Alkin makes a move, Darrell Tweed is going to want to come straight with him. He doesn't want to get held up. Oh, here we go then. Oh, look at Darrell Tweed. Oh, Christian Alkin around the outside of Dennis. Surely he makes it stick. How on earth did he do that? Christian Alkin shaking his head.
That was brave.
Brave wasn't it? But he made it stick. So he's up now into 4th place. And he's chasing down Mike Brown now. He's seen an opportunity and he took it. He didn't want Mike Brown getting away. Once that R9 starts to stretch his legs, the Triumph will struggle to claw him back in. Just listen to them 3 cylinders screaming their way down. We're tying ourselves some knots here, Jack.
Yeah, 3.36 was the last time the gap between Corey and Paul Jordan. You can see what it is now. So it's higher, 3.085 Jordan. Brown is still just 2 of a second ahead of Darren Tweed. Christian Elkin 0.6 back as well. So Ruben Sherman buy it up in the 7th place.
Great race there. Mark Conlon, first of the Cup Riders as well. He's just ahead of that group. Closely followed by Kyle Martin and Alex O'Grady with Kevin Lavery chasing them down in 15th place.
Just watching Kevin Lavery's line coming into Deaders there, he just comes right over the green line and onto the paddock slip road, and he just whatever way he dives into it, he's totally different from others.
The bike just drops onto its side. The Sidecar machines are up next, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they're down again, down 2.96.
Paul Jordan is on a charge, but I don't think he's going to have enough time unless Corey McGreevy makes a mistake.
4 laps left, Karen.
4 laps left, indeed. There's plenty of time. It's not over. Kevin Lavery away through Alex O'Grady and Kyle Martin down into 15th place now. Basically cruising down. This Ducati, Paul Jordan's really starting to stretch them cables.
Mike Brown, half a second ahead of Darrell Tweed the last time round. 2.9 between McGreevy and Jordan.
Yeah, Mike Brown sort of opened up that gap again from Darrell Tweed.
2.5 it is now.
Jordan close back up again. Tweed must have made a mistake on the last lap. But look how close he is through Deaders, and the real road racing style there of Darrell Tweed, set up in big road racing style.
He took a half a second out of Jordan did out of McGreevy that time. 2.5. Mike Brown is 2.5 behind Paul Jordan.
Half a second. That is huge on a track like this. Could maybe still do something, but surely the Mac 19 have a pit board out there for Corey McGreevy.
I think we 3 laps left. 2.5.
Paul Crosby going through here again, taking in contention. These
2 seconds, just 2 seconds. Chipping away a half a second.
He's down to 2 seconds gap now, and Corey McGreevy's caught Paul Cranston in through Colonials, and that may allow Paul Jordan to claw something else back in between Fisherman's and the chicane.
And the last lap flag will be ready the next time round. 2 seconds is a lot. Can make a huge difference here. Oh, and there's someone has a hand up there at the bike.
Great battle going on there in 17th place as well between Christian Boyle, Joey Hennessy and Moran Knowles just further down the field.
Advantage, I think Paul Jordan got held up with Paul Cranston that time. 2 seconds. There's a leader coming out now.
Back on the start and finish straight then. I think he's maybe opened up that gap. He has indeed.
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah.
2.5 seconds.
Darren Tweed and he's got the better of Mike Brown, has he?
Oh, it looks like he has, yes, and Paul Cranston up the inside there of Paul Cranston. I think Christian Elkin's trying to get caught up with Paul Cranston. He does indeed, so Christian Elkin is out of this leading group. So Darrell Tweed up into 3rd place now. Mike Brown may lose this podium step.
Here's McGreevy for the last time.
McGreevy breaking into the hairpin.
Tweed, Brown, and
six then, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think he'll be able to hold it, but here he is. Paul McGreevy takes the win in the Supersport class. Paul Jordan, what a race there for Paul Jordan. And across Darren Swayze gets the better for Mike Brown and Christian Elgin for 5th place.
So Ross Moore should be next, and he will be take the top 6, just ahead of Sherman Boyd. Ross Moore. Oh, Gary Scott got the better of Ruben Sherman Boyd in that last lap. He's an 8, Rob McCauley 9th.
Oh, it's close one across the line there for Graham Nagle. He's getting the better of Ross Martin, but only just.
Mark Hamlin, Kevin Avery's 12, Mark Hamlin 13. He takes the cup win. And Alex O'Grady is 2nd. And then we wait, then in the 3rd is Joey Hennessy. He's 3rd in the cup race. So another win for the McAdoo team. Fast lap 56.443. Yes, slightly slower than the first race. But a good start to the championship for Corey McCreevy. The next up are the sidecars.
Absolutely, that's exactly where Corey McGreevy wants to be. He's looking to clinch this championship once again. And of course, I'm sure his concentration is with the Superbike as well to try and get it absolutely nailed. It has been a wee bit of a thorn in his side the past couple of years, and of course he wants that championship and he needs to get that bike where he wants it.
You look at the way Carl Phillips was riding today, and that bike was just so smooth. Johnny Campbell, you know, he did his best. He definitely tried his best, but Carl Phillips' bike was earlier on. Don't forget, we still one more Superbike race with the sidecars next.
It'll be interesting to see what way this next Superbike race goes. As you say, that machine of Carl Phillips, that BMW, oh, it was just literally on rails. Like you hear Bagnaia or someone talking about the Ducati being handled too well, you know, and but that thing, he just has it down to an absolute T.
So the sidecars next in this, no sign of the chairs yet. The first race there was won by Derek Lynch and Anthony McDonald from Tony Willis and Ian Marin, Brian Deneen and Calvin Brown in 3rd place.
Race control, we're president, open the gate here, over.
See if there's any water down here.
Here's some water there, milk for that if you wanted that. And this is a round of the Marty Murphy Trophy. So the Superbike Cup and pre-injection please to the assembly area. Superbike Cup and pre-injection please to the assembly area. So Derek Lynch. Nearest to me here. And 69 there, Tony Willis, and in Harron. So the red flag is up, quite easy to sort this grid out. We watch the lights, passengers lie on the back wheel, keep the whole weight down on the, oh, look at the Formula 2, Lynch and Donald away.
And just look at Ryan Deneen there as well, trying to go round the outside of Tony Willis, but
I noticed there, like the last time I was here, like Ryan Deneen used to get a good start, always get a good start. But he was caught behind Tony Willis that time. It was the Formula 2 outfit of Lynch and McDonald. Oh, and I think Lynch and McDonald have stopped somewhere just down out of sight. That's definitely not them at the front.
screaming, trying to get the grip down on that is Tony Willis, who's leading this from Ryan Deneen. So you're absolutely right, Jack.
Yes, Lynch and McDonald have gone missing.
He's pulled off somewhere, unfortunately. And just a quick announcement we need another car moved. So it's a white Vauxhall Astra just at the podium. So if someone can shift that, a white Vauxhall Astra, it's just down there at the podium, IXZ 4747. If you can move that, please, we're going to begin to do podium presentations. So the white Vauxhall Astra, if you can get that shifted, please.
Do you need me to stay with you for the podium presentation?
Oh, no, you're right.
Huh? You sure?
You're right.
I don't like fucking leaving you with it. Like.
You have a longer drive home than I do. So Tony Willis in with a good start. He's nearly been handed this one. You can hear the back wheels spinning as they're still trying to get heat into them back tires. Or back tire, should I say.
Yeah. You know, it's funny when you think of the drive tyre on the big wide slick. There's always a shortage of anything other than slicks or wet slicks. There's no intermediates as such, really.
Yeah, they don't really develop the intermediate anymore. They're
since Avon, wasn't it? Avon was
yeah, even Dunlop themselves. We probably got the last of the Dunlop intermediates. There were a heavy cut slick. So Ryan Deneen away through there. So Newton and Kettle are actually. Oh, thanks very much. Newton and Kettle are actually starting to claw in Ryan Deneen now.
And the fastest lap is to Tony Willis, 1:11, and that's 3 seconds slower than the first race, or faster. Sorry, in the first race.
You know, blipping down the gears and the flames coming out of the back end. On the side of that R1 machine. Oh, just tipping the limiter there. Randonine still holding on to that second place, but only just because from Newton closing them in. Randonine maybe just open that gap a wee bit more.
Eugene Kettle there just sitting behind them.
He's just waiting.
Tony Willis that time 1:10.957.
I think Eugene Cattle maybe just waiting for something to unfold in front of him. He can be handed this second place. Brandon is just nearly just maintaining that gap back, but they're all posting the personal best. Tony Willis and Ian Harn with the fastest lap. Once again, a 1:10.9 compared to Dean and Brown's 1:14.7.
It's like a steady gap between them all, Garrett. It's 16 seconds behind, Deneen is behind Willis, but then it's 1.2 and 1.8 between Newton and Kettle.
See in these next, oh, it's a wee bit closer this time, Jack.
Yes.
Fran Newton right in behind Ryan Deneen now as they enter the chicane. Newton's going to have to ease this power on nice and carefully, stay off that concrete bit on the right hand side in the exit and try and get in the slipstream of Ryan Deneen, but Ryan gets the power down nice and early. Oh, look who's coming.
Yeah.
So Kettle, he sees his chance. They just disappear behind the trucks and the glare of the sunshine coming down on us here.
And it's not really that easy, Garrett, around here to pass with sidecars, is it?
No.
Not really easy. Deneen is pulled out.
So a mistake there perhaps.
Oh yeah, definitely. Franner Newton, Kettle is toward 3.1, then it's Franner Newton 2.1.
So whatever happened there at that chicane, it looked like nearly Eugene Carroll pushed the boost button on his machine.
DRS, is it?
DRS and just blasted past Franner Newton.
So half distance gone.
Tony Willis, you can hear the revs just, he's just holding them, he's not revving that machine as much. He's maintaining that lead, he's picking up the points. And he's going to bring home, he wants to bring home that trophy. Look, they've caught back up to Ryan Deneen now again, so Eugene Cattle on a charge. Watch the speed of his machine down here.
The gap the last time was 3.1. Willis got off into the sunset.
I think perhaps that machine of Franner Newton, it sounds a wee bit different from previous laps. Not sure whether there's something wrong with that engine or not, but I'm sure they know better sitting in the cockpit. So here's Deneen back and Kettle closed up against him this time.
Yes, 0.8 of a second.
He's in the slipstream. Oh, Ryan Deneen's chair just lifting ever so slightly there. Calvin Brown needs a few more burgers in him, I think.
Kettle goes up the inside. Oh, he does. He goes up the inside of Deneen.
And he's pulled bike lengths on him already. Deneen may have run a wee bit wide there. And he's now under pressure from
Franner Newton.
He has already.
Yeah.
So big problems now for Ryan Deneen.
Fran Newton has got the boost button pushed again. Whatever happened to him on the previous lap.
He has indeed. He must have missed the gear or something because that machine of Eugene Cattle just flew past him like he was on a bus stop.
There's a reader, 6 laps gone. Next time round, the last lap flag will be out. And you know, when you're talking about missing gears, Garrett, when you look at the position of the driver and the way the gear stick is, he has to put his feet between the two prongs of the gear lever. Mm-hmm. Not the most comfortable position.
No, definitely not. You can imagine them getting cramps and you can forgive them for that. Throughout the races here, Franner Newton and Ryan Deneen. Again, it's just one of them outfits, just doesn't sound right there as they're going down. You can.
Franner Newton has definitely lost a bit of the gap. He was 1 second behind the last time, but visibly you can see him dropping back a bit. Rather, Kettle is now he's 25 seconds behind the leader. So the last lap flag being readied.
Tony Willis then a clear win, although it's not over. They have to make it round another lap, and we know how temperamental these machines are, but you can hear the mechanical sympathy getting worked through. Oh, what happened, Newton? That time round, Newton's off the track. So Newton is retired out of this race. Oh, and he's getting going again. Oh, there's something wrong with that gearbox. There's definitely something not wrong with that outfit.
You're doing a bit of grass tracking as well.
So that's allowed Ren to need a wee bit of breathing room now.
And in fairness, Franner, he's a newcomer as well.
Yeah, so he's getting well stuck into the deep end now, the mix of it all. And he's still going there. Still going.
Here is definitely not right.
No, a wee bit of a misfire or something there from that outfit.
So Tony Willis comes through the chicane for his last lap.
Back past the pit lane cafe, which is now closed, by the way, but I burst the doors open to get myself a drink, so I apologise, guys, but thanks for working with me. I didn't on the start and finish straight then, and a huge gap and a huge win for Tony Willis and Ian Harron across the line. They'll be more than happy with that. See, Eugene Cattle is able to hold off Randon because, as we know from this race already, anything can happen.
Okay. So Moto 1, Richard is still looking at Cooper Colquhoun, number 972. Would you be so kind to drop your transponder back, please? So Eugene Cattle takes second, Ryan Deneen is third.
So again, another call for the Superbike Cup machines and the pre-injection machines to the holding area, please. So the Sidecar outfits that will come back into the paddock here now, actually. So if the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area.
Has Newton finished? Oh, he hasn't finished. Oh, here he is coming now.
He definitely missed it. There's something, look, his turn.
What's that chicane there? Is that for the go-karts or something? Is it?
Yeah, Supermotos and
All right, right.
karts, yeah.
Alan Armstrong and Junior Eastwood.
So just another reminder for anybody who has borrowed a transponder, Cooper Colquhoun, number 972, please return your transponder. And Franner Newton, who has just pulled up below us here, if you can get your passenger just to jump out and throw your transponder up to Richard, that would be fantastic. And of course the Superbike Cup, who are up next, Peter McGowan, you have a transponder also belonging to Richard, so just after the race, if you can nip up and give it to him, please. Because at the end of the day, we all want to go home, Jack, don't we? We don't want to be calling out names all night.
No, definitely not.
To get to this next race, could I have your call, please? Okay, Tori, Chris, go ahead.
Here we go, the klaxon has been sounded for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines.
So I just got a message there. Very, very good member of the racing community in the Southern Centre. He did his Willie Marr and his son Oisin, and Oisin did the BSB last year, but his dad Willie had a serious road accident a couple of weeks ago and is in a very, very serious condition. So I've just been asked to announce that they're started a fundraiser there for Willie. It's a long road ahead of him in recovery, both physically and financially, and even if you can't donate, sharing this can help. So it's a GoFundMe. Just look up the page there for Willie Marr, GoFundMe page /FC122D58E. So Willie, we wish him all the best. Oisin, a very, very talented rider. Willie, great character himself in the paddock, and hopefully Willie gets the right side of it. And that GoFundMe page, I'm sure it can be found on various, I know the DJ Racing, the ones I've sent it to me here, so I'm sure they have it. Willie is in hospital in Cork. So we wish the Marr family all the best.
Superbike Cup machines and the Penn Jackson machines making their way to the holding area. Superbike Cup lining up, Jonathan Gregory on pole.
And we just looked at the last race, Garrett, Conor McDonald from the re-injection, and he had the fastest lap at 1 minute 00.6. So Conor made a lot of headway through the field, and we'll watch out for him this time.
Yeah, you have to remember too that he's on a 600, a pre-injection machine, and he's worked his way through these superbikes, so it just shows how hard he's pushing that bike. Remember Thomas O'Grady winning a superbike race at Mandela Park in the wet on a pre-injection bike.
Control to all ready, operators. 2 groups.
So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. The revs go up. Listen to that. Oh, what's going on there? That's a cheeky move. What a great start there from Tom Oliver once again.
And Michael Press seemed to be the one that was nudging forward.
I think they've given up by this stage of the day. Next group then, trying to keep that one in there. Conor McDonald. Oh, is he going to lose out?
No, he doesn't. There's no road in the sky, Garrett, is there?
No road in the sky. I think there was 4 or 5. 4 or 5 of them trying to get the same bit of tarmac at the same time there.
And all wheeling.
So through the chicane then go the Superbikes. Tom Oliver leading this one. Again, had a slip off in the first race, but he'll have to keep himself composed. He's closely followed by, is that maybe Garrett McDonald perhaps? So next up then is the King of Kirkiston Superbike race, the Big 3 Series, King of Kirkiston Superbikes to the home area. There's Jonathan Gregory from Derek O'Donnell, Alan Armstrong, Michael Price, Scott Clemens on the 6th place, Junior Eastwood 7th, and Peter McGowan in 8th place. Ray Jackson Machines then, Conor McDonald, he's not getting it all his own way this time. Stephen Love is right with from there in 2nd place, Trevor Elliott in 3rd, Johnny Irwin 4th, 5th is Richard Armstrong. So a couple of non-starters there, Paul Demain, Richie Hyland and David Creeth, unfortunately not out on track.
And there's a yellow grey flag at the chicane.
Tom Oliver just slowing down for that, but then he opens up the tops of that R1 and he starts to drag away from the ZX10 of Johnny Gregory.
Conor McDonald are still locked together.
Oh, nearly literally locked
Stephen
together
Love.
there. Stephen Love nearly running in the back of Conor McDonald.
Got the last race. Race 1 was 10 seconds between McDonald and Love.
Now there's absolutely nothing will pull them apart here.
McDonald just holding.
Oh, Stephen Love looking away up the inside.
Stephen Love the fastest out of the race. 101.837, McDonald 101.880.
So Stephen Love with the fastest lap of the race again, out to prove something here. He didn't get the start that he wanted in the first race, but he's definitely chomping at the bit for this win. Another man needs this win is Tom Oliver after that slip off in the first race. Look at Jonathan Gregory getting it all tied up and knots coming out of the chicane.
And it's great to see the McDonald family still involved with racing. 40 years this year, it's hugely exciting.
Oh yeah. And they're still going around, still at the front. Armstrong there. Again. Tom Oliver holding off. 0.3 of a second gap back now.
Oh, they're still together, look at it.
Scott Clements on the R1.
McDonald's still, oh, he just keeps his nose in front of the
Oh, but look at the drive that Stephen Love's getting.
Look at fast 101.760.
Conor McDonald just keeps cutting the nose of Stephen Love at Colonials. So the Superbike's just coming out of the chicane now. Oh, Tom Oliver has been demoted. Tom Oliver now in second place in this Superbike race. Jonathan Gregory has got the better of him.
So Franner Newton, I see you stopped over there. Franner, if you can get your transponder back to Richard here, please. Franner Newton, your transponder.
Superbike's down past. Oh! Tom Oliver back in the lead again. Using the torque of that R1 machine, and look at the different riding styles. Come through here. Oh, Scott Clements on the R1. They're going to have to ride right the outside. Oh, Stephen Love. So close there.
Conor McDonald, the fastest lap of the race, 101.678 for free injections.
So the two of them are chopping and changing lap times here just at the minute. We're waiting for Stephen Love to pounce. He had to go right round the outside there of Scott Clements. But the two of them heading towards the chicane, still neck and neck, and Gregory as well in the Superbike class. And Tom Oliver back in front of that Superbike. Jonathan Gregory swapping and changing. Michael Press just sitting back there, waiting to pounce. Another reminder for the Superbike machines to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area. As quickly as you can.
Two pre-injection machines are side by side.
Oh, and Stephen Love still in the slipstream. He doesn't seem to have the legs on that machine of Gregory.
He's gone the fastest lap of the race, 1:00.880 for Stephen Love that time.
He has, he's got the pace. It's okay catching the rider in front. It's a different story getting past him. It was just that slower rider just in the previous lap. Was able to chomp it a bit. Oh, look at Tom Oliver. Oh, there's loads going on here at the chicane. But it looks like it's still Tom Oliver. That's Michael Press, isn't it? Up into second place, it is indeed. And Gregory's getting eaten alive here. So that's Armstrong. Now, that's Jonathan Gregory has dropped back down the running order here.
And Conor McDonald and Stephen Love are almost on the back of this leading group.
Just trying to keep the front end of that R1 down on the ground.
McDonald has a bit of a gap that time, 0.5. McDonald the fastest lap, so they're nipping and tucking between them. McDonald and Love, 1:00.468 for Conor McDonald. The gap between Conor McDonald and Oliver on corrected time is over 7 seconds. So I'm going to see this pre-injection going so well here.
A lot of it's to do with usable power as well. As we go back to the chicane, Michael Press is trying everything to get past Tom Oliver. And look at the power of that R1. Look at the difference it has between even the BMW. Again, we talk about usable power. The BM, it just can't get the power down as quickly as that R1.
The last lap flag being readied. Conor McDonald the last time, 1:00.468.
Conor McDonald really, he has to pull something out of the bag here if he wants to shake Stephen Love on this last lap.
And Love the faster again, 1:00.305.
But and again, Stephen Love had to set up halfway through Danners, nearly running in the back of McDonald. Oh, McDonald runs right. Stephen Love runs on straight at Colonials. He's back on track, but that's his race over. He has to settle for that second place.
Oh, disaster.
He had to do something. He had to try something.
mad manoeuvre.
It was mad. Conor McDonald was already holding his line, the defensive line, and Stephen Love ended up the inside anyway.
So we watched this group. Tom Oliver looks to have enough done. Stephen Love that time 1:00.305. Oh.
Oh, again, it's all happening at the hairpin. There's bikes running wide. I can't see with the glare of the sun, but back on the start and finish straight. There was definitely a Durham manoeuvre here, but it's Tom Oliver that takes the win. Oh, it's Michael Press from Gregory. Jonathan Gregory back up into that third place, but Michael Press gets second.
Conor McDonald takes the pre-injection 600 from Stephen Love. Oh, poor Stephen Love. He won't be happy with his manoeuvre there. Definitely cost him.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. So as we see it, pre-injection, Conor McDonald from Stephen Love, Johnny Ewan third in the Superbike Cup, Tom Oliver from Michael Press, Jonathan Gregory, Alan Armstrong and Derek O'Donnell. Trevor Elliott was fourth in the pre-injection. So the penultimate race of the day, the Big Three, King of Kirkiston, sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village.
I'm still impressed, Jack, with that manoeuvre of Stephen Love. Even if he ended up off the bike, hats off to him. He had to try something, he had to do it, and I'm sure Conor McDonald will say the same thing. And that was an impressive manoeuvre, even though he didn't get it stopped. Fair play.
Ballsy, isn't it?
Yeah. So he really hung them out to dry there, and he just had to do something. But fair play, he still managed that second place.
You spotted him and he brought
Yeah.
brother did.
So we into the second Superbike race of the day, and in race one it was Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell, Aaron Spence, Ross Irwin, Ryan Gibson, Mike Brown, Paul Jordan was 7th, Jamie Lyons 8th, Nico Sweeney was 9th and Darrell Tweed was 10th. In 11th was Steve McMaster, 12th Mark Hewitt, 13th Aaron Armstrong, 14th Luke Jones, 15th James Chalk, 16th Mark Conlon. The best cup rider was Cathal Gallagher, a newcomer again in 17th place from Johnny Allen, another newcomer. Raimi Clark was also, he was third in the cup class. So it's great to see those newcomers qualifying for the Superbike race.
Yeah, that's something else. The newcomer in the pro class, usually it takes maybe a year or two, you know, in the cup class to be able to do that. But fair play to the newcomers.
Okay, so we're the clerk of the course, go ahead.
So again, it's 1 plus 10. 1 plus 10 for this Superbike race, the penultimate race of the day. Don't forget, round 2 of the Big Three series will be here on Saturday the 6th of June, with the final, the grand finale, on Saturday the 5th of September. So there are dates for your diary.
What's your message again there, go ahead.
So the
Okay, could you give us clearance then, as soon as you get parked up the both vehicles there, go ahead.
I think they're just
moving an ambulance back.
just moving an ambulance and the medic van.
Okay, Roger.
Is that the Medicare that's been out there in the water?
Yeah.
They must be swapping them around already. that medical car's going in that chicane. So we need a transponder back from Peter McGowan, number 901 in the Superbike Cup. So 901, Peter McGowan, please. If you could return your transponder to Richard, please. Peter McGowan, number 901. So the klaxon has been sounded. The gates are shortly been opened. The tyre warmers are off. 1 plus 10. The gap between Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell in race 1 was 3.2, and then don't forget this was red flagged, but she was gone over 2/3 of the distance, so let's declare the result as per the 3CRs. So the gate is now open, the track is live.
It's never the same feeling, Jack, when you cross the line and it's red flag. You know, you don't feel like you've got that win. Clearly, you know, you want that checkered flag. You want to do your cool down lap, yes, and your burnouts and your wheelies and
showboat.
Well, if you want to call it that. I didn't get much of a chance to do it, but when I did, I made sure I did it.
So Johnny Campbell first out of the gate. There's Liam Chalk, Paul Jordan, Luke Jones, number 80.
Ross Aaron on the Magic Bullet, the Fire Blade. Johnny Owen. Michael Sweeney. Do you know there's also a Michael McSweeney?
Is there?
There is. From up north, I haven't seen him, he's not out this weekend, but last season certainly.
More confusion.
And it was, I thought someone was winding me up. Michael McSweeney.
Is that the guy from Kirkistown last year? The Michael Sweeney?
Yeah.
He did the same second in the Superbike and the Supersport.
That's right, yeah. Oh, just tossing a lemon there, I don't know whether that was. I think that was maybe Ryan Gibson, the BMW. Again, that sun just dropping that wee bit more. We're struggling to see with the glare up here, never mind the riders out on track.
I think we'll have to get the window cleaners in, Gareth.
I would definitely have to get the windy cleaners in. Because that's on the outside.
Oh yes. It's not red mist, it's white mist.
Well, the red mist will be coming down here very shortly for some of these riders.
So Ross Irwin, fourth in race 1. Johnny Campbell there, number 155, and resplendent with his day-glow green or day-glow yellow. I don't know what we call it, Gareth. I wouldn't be good at colours.
It depends where you're from, I think, Jack. I would say that's yellow.
Yes, yes. So Carl Phillips checking the visors, checking the gloves. Red flag.
He's getting himself.
Still more confusion at the back of the field. It's gone beyond a bit of a joke now, Gareth, at this stage of the day, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know,
I think you definitely want to know where you're going before you leave, don't you? Well, here we go then. The green flag is being shown at the back of the grid. The reds go up, they're told to watch the lights, and away they go! For Carl Phillips, but look at Johnny Campbell. He's right in there. He doesn't even lift his chin off the tank. Johnny Campbell is coming with Carl Phillips this time round.
And McCreevy just on the tail there of Johnny Campbell. So we're looking at the fastest lap in race 1, 54.438, 99.989 miles per hour for Carl Phillips. And that was I don't know which lap it was on, sorry, I don't have that.
Very close to lap record pace anyway. Here we go, out on the starting finish straight.
McCreevy's up in the second.
Oh, McCreevy! He's got the better of Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips, that's allowing Carl Phillips to start and open up that gap already in this race. But he was nearly half a second a lap quicker than Johnny Campbell the last race. Corey McGreevy.
Aaron Spence, Darren Tweed, Mark Conlon, Aaron Armstrong, Mark Hewitt, Daniel Madison, James Chalk, Dean McMaster, and Cathal Gallagher, the first of the Superbike Cup riders there, just ahead of Johnny Allen. So, Supersport Cup B race, please, to the assembly area. Supersport Cup B race, please.
Did you see Corey McGreevy sliding it, power drifting through deaders? As soon as that front end hit the ground, the bike just unsettled, it loaded the front, and the back end came right round on him through deaders.
Inside of them.
Johnny Campbell thinking better of it as they tip into the hairpin. These two are better off working together because Carl Phillips is going in, disappearing with this one once again.
I think slowly already down, don't you? Did that Carl Phillips just come over?
Yeah, they really have to start working together. Once Carl Phillips gets that wee bit of a gap, there's no taking that back. He'll just maintain that if he needs to. But we'll see fastest lap once again there for Corey McGreevy, a 54.5. Oh, red flag. With a red flag then. I'm not sure. Definitely at the start and finish straight anyway, we'll have a red flag. The riders are starting to slow down now, so we should make our way back to the grid. And ladies and gentlemen, if we hear anything, we'll be sure to let you know as soon as we can.
Control line, call for the red flag, when we are called, please.
Yeah, so we've got the leaf blowers just in the exhaust and stuff there. Again, when the engine's not running, the water's not circulating, so and it tends to heat up before it cools down, so you want to get as much cool air through that big radiator as you can.
So there's the second tracks, and the gate is open, and doesn't seem to be a lot of
Movement, no. I think they're playing chicken nearly with this one. So 1 warm-up lap and 8 laps this time round. A few adjustments being made to that machine of Corey McGreevy. Looks like they're just moving the back wheel ever so slightly, are they?
And the circuit, of course, is shouting at them to get everybody going. And Corey and Johnny Campbell have basically blocked up the whole front of the lane anyway.
It's called tactics. Here we go, they don't want to be panicking too much, you want to stay as calm as you like, or as you can. Number 80 machine there of Luke Jones. Good to see Luke Jones with us as well.
Yes. Beautiful machine.
Oh, right, it's lovely. Luke Jones. Used to the BSB products. Split throttles there of that BMW and Dent Boy machine.
Okay, one, get that race and
Lions just can't get that machine up and going.
There's away.
These bikes sometimes they're running total loss, so there's no battery charge until it's right up in high revs. Still some machines coming through here. So it was nearly like a quick start thing with that red flag, really just.
And obviously they were directed, the circuit court did instruct us to announce an area on Garrett that if there was a red flag to come back to the grid.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously all the tire warmers and everything, the trolleys, and they were all in the pit lane, so.
Yeah, but the marshals did a great job. It was cleared up basically straight away before all the bikes were already stopped at the grid again, so.
Organised chaos.
Yeah, they could have just held them on the grid, done another warm-up lap, and then started the race. By the time they had the tire warmers on, they were taking them off again. So again, for the third time today, Carl Phillips lines up in pole position. Michael Sweeney there on the third row, the front of the third row, a good clear gap ahead of him, has he?
No.
The bikes are up the grid.
Yes, so the revs start to go up.
Jones there lining
There's
up.
the green flag up at the back. Watch the lights. See does Phillips get away again this time?
Look at Ross Irwin. Ross Irwin, what a move right round the outside of everyone, up into fourth place on that magic bullet fireblade through Colonials up the inside, and he's right up there at the pointy end.
Oh, there's two of them on the grass down there at the back. And Colonials.
The blue and white machine there, not quite sure who it is, but they're back
Jamie
on
Lyons.
track.
One was the Jamie Lyons 77. Could be wrong.
So through the chicane then, it's Corey McGreevy. So Corey McGreevy leading this Superbike race from Carl Phillips, Johnny Campbell in third, Ross Irwin holding on to that fourth place, and that looks like Ryan Gibson there. few machines. Another incident there at the chicane.
Another red flag.
So, another red flag, unfortunately, for this one.
Can you bring them back into the pits, please? Can you bring them back into the pits, please?
So the Superbike machines have been told to come back into the paddock, back into the pits, and we'll keep an ear out of what's going to happen next. Unbelievable, Jeff. Straight after.
So just the incident that caused the red flag, there's two riders there at the chicane. Both riders are up and all okay. Why is I not happy now with the fucking bikes there, Johnny Campbell? Look.
Yeah. They're pointing up. You can't see. That's sun. Supersport Cup B race, and they're going to run the B race before the Superbike, so the Superbikes will be going out after. There's a wee bit of chat there just in between.
One lap. So 1 lap and 8 for the Supersport Cup B race. Just watching Andy Mike down there. He must have still a problem with his hand. So that all just went with his hand.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He's been through it too.
Oh,
Hasn't he?
Jesus Christ, he's had a couple of bad ones.
The level of the sun just dropping that wee bit. Jack, you mentioned that some of them were wearing dark visors and some of them were wearing clear visors. You can see Carl Phillips there, just a slight tint on his visor. A lot of riders don't like wearing dark visors because it can actually change. You know, it can change everything. 6 laps then, so it's 1 warm-up lap and 6 laps for this one. Yeah, so the darker visor can change your perspective on things sometimes. The likes of you think about the likes of the Northwest 200, when the sun goes down that wee bit over Black Hill, it's the most horrible feeling you'll ever go through in your life. You're just completely blinded. You go from the dark, under the dark bridge, and then it's dark, dark, dark. As soon as you get up over that hill, blinded, can't see a thing.
And you just see, Gary, when we're even looking at the hairpin, we're even struggling to see, unless we're all covering our eyes, really putting like the sun visor on our own eyes here to see it. So I'm assuming the riders hurtling up there at what, about 170 miles an hour going into the hairpin, the superbikes. That's the last thing you want to be running out of ground.
Yeah. Maybe you don't want to be missing your braking marker there. Come round the line up on the grid lane. Patrick Nee on pole alongside Gary Wilson and Francesco Feraldo in 3rd. 4th is Lee McGalvick. 5th is Ryan McElroy. 6th Andy Farrell. Barry Gaston in 7th. 8th is Declan Harvey. William Young in 9th. 10th is Lee Hillen. 11th Dean Graham. Rhys Williamson 12th. Jimmy Dixon 13th. Owen McGlynn 14th, 15th is Keir Cahoon, Gareth Dunlop in 16th, 17th Dale Liggett, Johnny Davey in 18th, 19th Lewis Crompton, and Jamie Sloan rounds up the top 20.
So we had red flag also in this first run of this class, and the second rerun of the race was a 4-lap sprint. Francesco Ferrando won it from Patrick Nee and Gary Wilson, and Patrick Nee had the fastest lap, 101.272. So it'll be interesting to see what way it goes. So again, Peter McGowan in the Superbike Cup number 901, please your transponder. And away they go, and Esperaldo looking at start.
Another great start there for Francesco Ferraldo. Oh, a beautiful line through the others there. It looks like he nearly tips in too soon, but it allows the other riders they have to back off that wee bit, so it allows them to put a wee bit of a gap on the exit of Deaders. So Ferraldo again in the lead of this one on that lovely Bell Bike Sport BMW Racing Ducati. As they tipped into, but look at the Suzuki. Is that Gary Wilson in behind him?
7 laps, is it?
6.
Ducati, look at the raw power of that Ducati up the back there.
Even compared to that Suzuki. So the Suzuki of Gary Wilson struggling with the torque out of the chicane compared to the Ducati. And you're right, Jack, can't see a thing up at the chicane, but it's definitely the thunder and roar of Francesco Feraldo.
Gary Wilson, Patrick Lee, Lee McGavin, Declan Harvey, Kirkiston, Jamie Dixon, William Young, Owen McLean, Dean Graham, Kirkistown, Dave Dickett, Johnny Davey, Gareth Dunlop, Jamie Sloan, Rhys Williamson, Callum O'Brien.
Roger, 919. Thank you.
Back at the chicane then, the yellow flags being waved once again. This flag marshal's going to be like Popeye by the end of this day as they make their way back out. The Ducati, look at him wrestling that Ducati out of the chicane. And the Suzuki still, he seems to be pulling a gap over Gary Wilson, but Patrick Nee is right in there again. Watch out, even previous years, last year, it took maybe Patrick Nee a wee while just to get up and going. And when he does, he's a hard man to beat. And today seems to be the day for Feraldo.
101.696. Patrick Nee is in third. 102.018.
Great lap there for Feraldo, a 101.6. Gary Wilson, a 102.1. So good bit of work to do here, but Patrick Nee is putting a lot of pressure on Gary Wilson right now. He's right on the tail end of him, coming out of the chicane. Get the power down on that ZX6 and try and get in the slipstream as best he can with that Suzuki.
Feraldo was pulled the pin this time. Like the gap between him and Patrick Nee the last time was 0.377.
Oh, Patrick Nee trying to go around the outside of Gary Wilson at the hairpin. They disappear in the sunset. Oh, it's Patrick Nee. So he did. Patrick Nee got the better of Gary Wilson at the hairpin and rolled round the outside of him as if he wasn't even there.
So Feraldo that time 101.251. Slightly faster than Patrick Nee in race 1. So Feraldo, the gap between Feraldo and Patrick Nee 2.289. Gary Wilson just behind on the second behind Patrick Nee. Lee McGavock is in fourth. Declan Harvey 5th. Barry Gaston 6th. Jamie Dixon 7th. Owen McLean 8th. William Young 9th. Dean Graham 10th. Kirkistown in 11th. Dale Liggett in 12th. Gareth Dunlop 13th. Rhys Williamson 14th. And Jamie Sloan top 15th.
Oh, McGlynn getting the better of William Young that last lap round as well. They're having a good battle midfield.
So 2.289 seconds the gap between Feraldo and Nee the last time. And he's definitely pulling it out, Gareth.
He has indeed. He's using all and a wee bit more of that Ducati as Patrick Nee. He opens up that gap 3.0 of a second. Gary Wilson has closed the gap back on Patrick Nee. So this could be a race for second place here. 0.2 of a second.
Feraldo faster again that time. Feraldo.
Oh, a big gaggle of riders there away through. Barry Gasson, Jimmy Dixon, Owen McGlynn, William Young all the way through there, having a great battle with Kirkistown and Dale Liggett.
So Feraldo comes through the chicane. The last lap flag be ready, don't forget it's only a 6-lapper.
That's a gorgeous machine there at Bell Bank Sport BMW racing machine. But Patrick Nee still only just fending off Gary Wilson.
0.209 the gap between them the last time, Gareth.
Gary Wilson with a huge wide line there as he tries to power that Suzuki on the start finish straight and get in the slipstream.
Oh, he's put it up by 3.96, not much, but still that gap. Feraldo was nearly 4 seconds on the gap on Nee. So the battle is for second and third place between me and Wilson. The gap on this 6, Jamie Dixon 7, Owen McLean 8, William Young 9th, and top 10 is Dean Graham. Kirkistown is just back in 11th place. Ahead of Dale Liggett.
We'll have to remember, Jack, as well, that track temperature, it has dropped hugely there. 14 degrees we're down to now. Earlier in the day we were at 22 degrees.
So it's like it was early when we started this morning, 13.8.
So But it doesn't seem much necessary. That Suzuki's a lot closer to that ZX6 machine now. He's got one last chance to do it, but you can hear the thunder and rip of this V2 Ducati coming on the start and finish straight. Francesco Giraldo takes the win. But who's going to get second place? It's Patrick Lee from Gary Wilson in third.
And again, Giraldo wound up 1:00.8.
Oh, it was close across the line. Declan Harvey just getting the better of Lee McGovick.
So then we went for Barry Gaston, Jamie Dixon, Owen McGinn, William Young.
Oh, good race further back on the field as well. It was Jimmy Dixon getting the better of Owen McGlynn. William Young wasn't able to repay the favour that time round, and Dean Graham just in behind. Kirkistown finishing in 11th.
Ryan Liggett 12th, Gary Dunlop 13th. Reese Williams 14th, Jamie Sloan 15th. We wait for Johnny Davey. And that's Johnny Davey through, so that's the last name on our screen anyway, Garrett. So we're down to the final race of today. The rerun of the King of Kirkiston Superbike, sponsored by Charles Hurst Motorcycle Village.
Yeah, so the Superbikes. Superbikes already in the holding area, ready to go. So if there's any remaining up at the garages, I know it is difficult to hear up there at the garages. So if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can.
Why didn't take the sidecar too far? Look, just
I just, yeah, it'll do there, right? Pick it up tomorrow. Sore looking wee bike there.
Race control to any radio operator not ready again for this last race. Come on, be your call, please.
It's 4,088 the last one.
Okay, Billy, no, good job, well done. That's the last make. Anyone else not ready? Come on, your call, please.
Takes a while to calibrate too. It's like, you know, a couple of hours before the next day and calibrate, show you a true number.
Yeah, but
So here we go then, the Superbikes warming up once again. You can hear there just the steady rev of warming that machine up. A lot of the time you hear riders too blipping, like really too sharp nearly, and you can actually twist a conrod or twist a crank with just by, you know, warming up too sharply. So a nice wee steady rev just to warm the engine up nice and evenly.
So it'll be interesting to see, Gareth, how many comes to the grid for this one. We have lost a few over the day, through the day.
Yeah, the field is definitely depleted compared to this morning. Ross Irvin looking out.
Johnny Campbell just out first out of the gate, so the track is now live. Carl Phillips.
Oh, something dropping
Something
off.
off, yeah. Mustn't be too serious, he didn't try and stop him.
No.
So just winding the throttle just nicely there, Garrett. Carl Phillips.
Yeah. So the machine's through the chicane now. Johnny Campbell
Campbell just
holding back that wee bit.
Yeah, he just doesn't want himself at the front of the grid too early. He doesn't want to overheat.
That's exactly what Carl Phillips is doing as well there. So he'll be making his way to the front of the grid.
So there's 2 transponders needed from the Supersport Cup. Gary Wilson number 220 and Rhys Williams and 978. So that's 220 for Gary Wilson and 978 for Rhys Williams. And please return your transponders to the chief timekeeper Richard. So hopefully we get a clear run to the line on this one, Garrett, for the last one of the day. The Superbike King of Kirkiston, sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village.
And it looks like they're not hanging about. The green flag goes up. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Another great start there for Carl Phillips. And look at Corey McGreevy just nipping in the front of Johnny Campbell. Oh, is he going to try up the inside of Carl Phillips here? Surely not. He's too far back for that. But he takes a lunge. Yes. Carl Phillips, had to move over. Corey McGreevy up into the lead of this Superbike race.
Just about. Phillips is right on his exhaust.
Right on his exhaust. I'm sure he could see what he had for breakfast. Never mind. But tipping into the chicane. Corey McGreevy still in the lead of this race. Carl Phillips.
Johnny Campbell, slight gap back to 4th place.
Oh, listen to the traction control working on them bikes as they're popping, banging their way out of that chicane. And they disappear in the sunlight. Coming out of the hairpin then. Look at the drive that Carl Phillips gets on. Corey McGreevy moves over the left-hand side. Carl Phillips on the inside. Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy did not expect that. He had to set up. He scared him a wee bit going into deaders there. But he's right back on him again through Colonials 1 and 2. He's not letting him go that easily.
So Johnny Campbell 3rd, Ryan Gibson 4th, Ross Irwin 5th, Luke Jones in 6th, Damien Master 7th, Mark Hewitt 8th, Aaron Armstrong 9th, Daniel Madison 10th, Mark Connon 11th, Johnny Allen 12th, the Cup Rider in 12th, Alexander Rowan 13th and Remy Clark in 14th. So please, Johnny Allen or Rhys Williams at 978. Please return your transponder.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the speed of that ZX10. Corey McGreevy up the inside of Carl Phillips once again, pushes Carl out wide, and they disappear behind the buildings here. Back on the start and finish straight. It's still Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy nipping in front of Carl Phillips there. The two of these are at it neck and neck and slowing each other up.
Yes, Phillips goes wide.
Oh, Corey McGreevy repays the favour through Colonials 2. But look, all this is unfolding in front of Johnny Campbell, and he's clawed that gap right back.
Fastest lap of the race is Johnny Campbell, 54.924.
Through the chicane then, Corey McGreevy still leading this just about. They're nip and tuck the whole way around here at Kirkiston. Look at the drive McGreevy gets. Johnny Campbell sort of left sitting a wee bit on the exit of the chicane, and he's given himself an awful lot of work to do. Again, they all behave themselves going into the hairpin.
So this is where Carl Phillips seems to get a good drive. And watch him on the inside again.
He's right in the slipstream of McGreevy. McGreevy, thinking twice whether to tip in or not. It was nearly as if he was
he goes again. Yes, he does.
Oh, Jack Corey deja vu here at Colonials. So up the inside goes Corey McGreevy. And repays the favour once again. So Corey still in the lead of this one, but only just. And look, Johnny Campbell is ready to pounce on the exit of the chicane.
I'd look at Carl Phillips. Carl Phillips, has he got it? Oh, McGreevy still has it.
Johnny Campbell has the double slipstream, but he's going to have to brake a lot earlier than the rest of them. Up the inside, there's a manoeuvre.
Phillips, that's the inside of him, I think, Garrett.
We'll know more as they come down towards us. We're able to see them. It's Corey. It's still Corey McGreevy, but only just. Look how early Corey McGreevy tips into deaders here. Colonials, there's Johnny Campbell coming to play.
Oh, he shuts the door. McGreevy shuts the door on Carl Phillips. still have a feeling that Phillips is just watching Garrett like half distance, I think.
He's just putting the pressure on Corey now. Phillips is in the lead then. So Carl Phillips back in the lead in this one. Is he going to be able to open up a bit of a gap? Watch the speed of this ZX10 here.
He definitely found something.
He did indeed. Carl Phillips going for the defensive line into the hairpin, so he's going to lose a wee bit of time on the exit. So Corey McGreevy, a big wide line here. And get the power on nice and early on that McAdoo Racing Kawasaki.
Oh, Phillips. That time 54.633, 54. Just slightly slower than his fastest lap earlier on today.
He's definitely up the pace in this race anyway. Bruce O'Neill's 1 and 2.
And the battle for the lower places, Ryan Gibson 4, Ross Brown 5, Luke Jones 6, Mark Hewitt 7, Damien Master 8, Aaron Armstrong 9, Daniel Matheson in 10th, so they're your top 10.
Look at the lead Carl Phillips has now over Corey McGreevy. Johnny here's Johnny up the inside of Corey McGreevy and pushes him out off the track. Up in the second place goes Johnny Campbell. That was a cheeky move there. That was definitely Corey wasn't expecting that one. Out on the start and finish then. Wow, look at the lead.
54.305 for Carl Phillips.
He's running away with this one now.
That's the first 100 mile an hour lap at this day. 54.305, 100.234 miles per hour.
That's not hanging about.
No, definitely not.
That's averaging just over 100 miles per hour around here.
And
Carl Phillips.
The gap between Johnny Campbell and Corey McGreevy, 0.4 of a second. Ryan Gibson 4, Ross Airwood 5th, Luke Jones 6, Mark Hewitt 7, his Master 8, Aaron Armstrong 9th, and Daniel Matheson competing in the top 10. The last lap flag has been ready.
So the leaders breaking again into the hairpin. Carl Phillips powers back out. Just watch the front end of Phillips's machine as it just hovers over that wee bit of a rise there here at Kirkiston.
2 seconds the gap between Phillips and Johnny Campbell. Corey McGreevy a half a second behind Johnny Campbell. Last lap flag fluttering in the wind here. Sunny Kirkiston for the first round of the Ulster Superbike Championship.
Mark Hewitt going well there too, just in behind Luke Jones in that 7th place.
And I think Garrett, after all the stop start, it's a fitting finale to a lovely day here at Kirkiston.
Absolutely.
On an Easter Monday. Oh, Johnny Campbell definitely settled for second now. He got 2 seconds the last time, but Carl Phillips is going to take the double in the Superbike to start off his championship season. The checker flag is out.
Fantastic win there for Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell, Corey McGreevy nearly just settled for that 3rd place. But what a race. Ryan Gibson in 4th. 5th was Ross Irwin. Luke Jones on the SBT Ducati. Of course, SBT, again, one of our title sponsors for the Ulster Superbike Championship. Mark Hewitt in 7th. 8th is Dean McMaster. 9th was Aaron Armstrong. 10th waiting should. Again, the second of the SBT riders should be coming in 11th place. And you can hear that Ducati of Mark Conlon. Johnny Allen then.
So back to the transponders. Reese Williamson, please. Reese Williamson, your transponder number 978, the Supersport Cup.
Just got Reese Williamson's back.
Pardon?
I just got Reese Williamson's back. Just,
Oh, Reese.
Johnny Allen, who's in there.
Thank you.
So a fantastic day's racing here at Kirkiston, Jack, for the B&D club.
Long day, Gareth, but we were blessed with sunshine. It mightn't be so warm, but at least it was a good sunny day compared to Saturday, where the Road Racing Club had to cancel their ankle on trophy meeting, but hopefully that will be rescheduled shortly. Not going to be easy, Gareth, to slot in a date, really, is there? Because with the road racing back, Like back down the south now, there's a lot of dates. You'll be all choked up like.
Yeah, there will be, and it was actually I was talking to James Ging there a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about myself going to Mandello Park as well for the commentary, and I was thinking, you know, looking at the dates, that would literally be every single weekend, and within the road race in Mandello Park, and then of course the mini bikes and whatnot. They're going to struggle to try and find a reasonable date. But I'm sure, knowing them, the club, they're determined, and they'll get something. Whether they bring back weeknight races.
You know, they're going right the corridor now. Okay, folks. Shortly, the presentation. Gareth's going to look after that. Unfortunately, I have to go to work. Thank you very much on behalf of the Belfast District Club for your support and your patience. It's been a long day on everybody, so we appreciate all the marshals, flag marshals, radio operators, medical team, and all you spectators who travelled here today. And we wish you all a safe home. Say the Masters is on in Mandello next weekend, and the next round of the Big Three is here in Saturday the 6th of June. So we look forward to seeing you back here then. What's the next Ulster Superbike round? What's the next Ulster? You know?
Christ, that's a good question.
There's one in a couple of weeks' time, is there?
109.
14.